All right.
Just hang out right here.
Good evening and welcome to our meeting. Consider this our call to order. Here we all are. Let's stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we have arrived at the point where we approve our agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I would offer the motion to accept the agenda.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion of the agenda? Hearing none, show of hands in favor. Thank you. Any opposed? All right, motion carried. We have arrived at the first opportunity. Well, actually, in this meeting, it's the only opportunity. At the other meeting, we'll have two. We've arrived at the time for public comment. I would just like to read some remarks here. The first set you're used to, so that goes like this. Individuals addressing the board are asked to state their name, address, and your group affiliation. Shall direct all comments to the board, not staff or other participants. Shall not make personal attacks against a school board member or school district employee by name. Shall be limited to 3 minutes duration. Shall not speak more than once on the same topic unless all others who wish to speak on that topic have been heard. This portion of the meeting shall be limited to 30 minutes, but the time frame will be extended if necessary so that no one's right to address the board will be denied. And further, I would like to say that I believe that recent behavior by the audience has constituted a disruption of our meeting. So I would like to point out the following. In a section called Protection from Annoyance by Non-Members in a Meeting of Robert's Rules, it states that an assembly has the right to protect itself from annoyance by non-members, and its full authority in this regard can be exercised by the chair acting alone. And also, our own policy states that individuals addressing the board must take into consideration the rules of common courtesy. Public comment should not be used to make personal attacks against a school board member or school district employee by name. However, you can name a board member in reference to his or her actions in a meeting. I interpret this to mean that attacks or criticism for a board member's personal choices outside a meeting or other aspects of their personal lives are off limits and will constitute disorderly speech. Anybody interrupting someone while he or she is speaking, that will be deemed disorderly conduct. Additionally, public comment does not exist for non-members to get into sparring matches with each other and attack each other or engage in endless retorts. Such comments will be considered out of order. However, if something that someone says jogs your brain and you think of something entirely new to say, that you think the board should know, that it would perhaps sway the board's opinion or understanding, by all means, come up and tell us. So our policy states that in the event that things don't go smoothly, our policy states that the presiding officer may request any individual to stop speaking and or leave the meeting when that person behaves in a manner that is disruptive and may request the assistance of law enforcement in the removal of a disorderly person. Accordingly, applause, whooping, cheering, booing, or other demonstrations will no longer be allowed. Thank you for attending our meeting. Thank you for your engagement, and thank you for your cooperation. Come on up. That's okay. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Michael Kramer. I live in Alpena, Michigan, and I would like to start off by asking a couple of questions. Can you tell me how many students in the Alpena school system suffer from transgenderism or gender dysphoria?
Typically, the board does not comment on public comment. If a board member chooses to take up a question presented in public comment,
That's fine.
that can be done either in board discussion items, or that board
That's
member
fine.
can direct the superintendent
Okay.
to give a report later. Thank
I
you.
understand completely. I did not expect to have an official answer on that. Well, these two conditions that I mentioned, gender dysphoria and transgenderism, are serious conditions that require psychiatric care. And the children need that to have a chance at having a productive life as a citizen. So we need to take this seriously. With that said, these children should be treated seriously for their condition, and under no circumstances should they be left to their own confusion. So to that end, these children should not be, they should be removed from the normal student population and placed in special education system where they can get help that they need without the detriment to the normal classroom environment. Normal students should not have to deal with psychologically troubled classmates while they are trying to learn how to be productive citizens. The teachers suffer also by being required to put some confused child's emotions ahead of the classroom learning dynamic. Quality education is possible. Some schools in Alpena are academically superior due to their focus on education, not emotional confusion. The APS administration and policies they foster are responsible for the degradation of the education at APS, not the people pointing out the misdirection. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Come on up.
I'm Yvonne LaFave Johnson. I own property in Alpena Township. I live in Alpena. I pay taxes in Alpena, and I vote in Alpena. I graduated from Alpena High, and I'm the aunt of APS students. I emphasize my stake in our community and our school district because we had a few outside agitators, some from more than 200 miles away, who spoke at the August 25th meeting. They came to push a bigoted bathroom and locker room policy on our students. One of them emphasized her experience on the Potterville Board of Education. She neglected to mention that the push for that discriminatory bathroom policy in Potterville failed. I was born and raised in Michigan, but I had to actually look on a map to find Potterville. I find it weird that at least two of those speakers drove more than 4 hours to attend an APS board meeting? It seems others are pulling the strings to influence our district as part of a bigger statewide and national plan. Extremists want to set a precedent, and they want to do it at the detriment of Alpena's kids. They're pushing a biased agenda in a community where they have no stake. Beyond that, one of the outside agitators spewed hate speech during his public comments, as we also heard again tonight. After giving a seemingly false local address, that man referred to trans kids as mentally ill and said he would put them in special ed classes. He threatened to take care of those of us who disagree with him, or members of the board. His disturbing comments became much more troublesome when I thought more about them in consideration with your recent discussions about revising the social media and the dress code policies. During both the dress code and the social media discussions, President Lawson, you talked about the board using its judgment to determine what's offensive versus what's acceptable. You even use the old saw, we all know, I'll know it when I see it. However, as president of the board, you failed to denounce hate speech and intimidation immediately after those comments were made. You didn't know it when we all saw it and heard it, as we did again. Not one of the board members who's pushing the bathroom policy disavowed that hate speech. There was no disclaimer or clarification that the policy is supposed to be about safety and privacy. not discrimination. The First Amendment gave that speaker the right to make his repugnant statements. However, as role models in our community, as board officials, as human beings, the board members had a duty to denounce it and clarify their position.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Come on up.
I'm Kevin Osborne. I live in Alpena County and have since 1985. My children attended these schools here, and I can tell you that from my perspective, being a teacher at the schools and also having students attend the schools, that the school has some difficulties passing things and getting things done that are appropriate for the children that go to school here. My kids are now in their 40s, and I'm telling you, this happened back in the 90s. And I'll give you the first example I'll have, actually the best example. I received a letter from the public schools threatening to keep my kids in from recess because I refused to give the public schools my children's social security number. That's inappropriate. So, just so you know where I'm coming from. I just attended the Charlie Kirk Memorial. This is not where we want to go. That's a horrific and terrible situation, and we don't need the friction and the conflict within our public schools from the public or the board, and I don't believe this board gets the recognition it deserves. And as a public servant for over 40 years, I will tell you that very seldom are you going to get a thank you. Today I want to tell you thank you for doing the hard work in the public school system. Thank you for trying to do it to the best of your ability. And thank you for listening to some of the conversations that happen here. And let's try and keep it civil amongst the board and the public so that we don't have a Charlie Kirk situation in Alpena. It could happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Come on up.
Joanne Pinkerton, Alpena, Michigan. My children, my grandchildren attended and myself attended AHS. And I just had to leave a memorial service for the 9/11 victims, for the Ukrainian lady that was stabbed on the subway, to come to a school board meeting because the community can't be trusted to get up and support the board. They need to be supported. If you want to criticize the board and say they are not focused on teaching, then come up to the podium and bring up those points of how they can help the students in Alpena, not constantly criticize them. That solves no purpose. It does not get things done. It only causes friction in the community, and we don't need that anymore. So work with the board, tell them what you want, work with the parents, get their support, and that's it.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Heath, and I live in Ossining. I speak tonight as a parent. Can we have a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk, please? Thank you. I have three things in common with Charlie Kirk. Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior. I'm courageous, and I'm a leader. On September 10th at Utah Valley University, Charlie had his tent and his microphone, as always, ready to debate any student about any topic. Charlie had been banned and harassed at many a college campus, but he was relentless, telling the truth to a younger generation. Leave college, get a job, get married, have kids, and have faith in Jesus Christ is what he would tell folks. And he would take on race, DEI, transgender, and any and all tough topics. Debate is a bedrock of our constitutional republic, legal system, and political system. It's taught in this school. There was no reason other than hate of everything he believed and how effective he was communicating a message as to why Charlie Kirk had to die. His death was evil. It's been reported many people celebrated his death and saying he had it coming. That is plain wrong because it shows a lack of decency towards another, especially after he had just been assassinated. We are all children of God, and Jesus teaches us to love your neighbor as yourself. This is a wake-up call for Alpena Public Schools, Alpena County, and our country in general. We need to change policies in many areas that I will be speaking about later. We cannot continue upon the same path and expect different results. What is being delivered here is not acceptable, and change is coming. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else come on up? It turns out that this is just the only session for public comment this time. But if you have more to say, I encourage you to come to our next meeting and tell us all about it. Is it next Monday? No, 2 weeks. This next Monday, the 22nd, yes. And we'll have 2 sessions of public comment in that meeting. So is there anybody else yet who hasn't spoken? Okay, I'm going to call a conclusion to our public comment at this point. And like I said, we'll have another opportunity next meeting, and we'll continue with our agenda. Thank you. That brings us to our presentation for the evening, our board self-assessment evaluation workshop. Kelly is here from MASB once again. Thank you so much for being here.
Let's make sure this opens back up. Sorry, Summer. Need password again? Whoops. Thank you. All right. Good evening, trustees. Thank you so much for having me back. I appreciate being back here again, really to continue a conversation that we started in July when I spent some time with you talking about effective governance. And if you remember, we did touch on the idea of board self-evaluation just briefly because I knew you had conducted this survey and would be returning to this at some point. So I'm very appreciative that you invited me back to help facilitate this conversation tonight. This really is just a continuation of that. This is what I would consider an effective governance practice. It's a moment in time to reflect on how you're doing really as a board in terms of just looking at how you're working together. I think it also demonstrates not only to your staff, but to your community that you also value the same practices that you hold your staff accountable for in terms of evaluation, maybe not ingrained in the law the way that you do, hold them accountable for, but I think it shows that you're willing also to take that moment in time and say, how are we doing as a board? How are we doing in terms of best practices of getting our work done of holding ourselves to a high standard. So I would say, as I looked at these results, and this was conducted, you did fill out this survey before I came to see you in July, before we had our conversation on effective governance, if you remember. In fact, I think the results were shared with me the day I was driving over here, so I just had a very brief moment to look at them before our conversation in July. I did see a lot of very similar themes and concerns. Where we saw some discrepancies, which is where we're going to spend the majority of our time this evening. There were a lot of, I think concerns in the areas of issues that were raised that night. A desire for more conversation around goals and data. I think some opportunities for more procedures and protocols that will make your work and how you conduct your work easier. But really, the thing to keep in mind is that this conversation tonight is focused on how the 7 of you, just the 7 of you, the electeds, how you conduct yourselves in the process of getting your work done as a board. And so while there are 8 of you sitting here tonight, when you talk about board self-assessment, it really is a conversation about how the 7 of you work together to get the work of the board done. And so I think that, it's also important to remember that, again, the timing of this was done before our conversation. So I'd like to think maybe some of the answers might have been different had this been done after July. That's my optimism speaking, but, maybe not. So I would also say in terms of what are the outcomes of this conversation tonight, and Dr. Lawson and I spoke a little bit last week about that. Ideally, by the end of our time together tonight, we have a sense of some concrete ideas going forward. We did spend some time in July talking about goals and the distinct kinds of goals that you're looking to set and follow and measure, right? And how we talked about superintendent goals and district goals really are not distinct from each other. And that's how you're going to be measuring and evaluating the superintendent going forward. So where do board goals fit in something like that? And so this to me is where you can set goals for yourself as a body. And so what are the things that you as a board want to study or want to research or want to implement going forward for the next year? And so are they SMART goals? Maybe. Are there just things that you want to get done to help improve your effectiveness, improve how you work? Maybe, right? And so I think as the conversation goes on tonight, maybe be thinking about this. And I think that you'll see some through lines, again, mirroring what we talked about in July, but also just the natural course of the conversation. And so I'm going to do my darndest to pull all of this out of you. I mean, obviously, I think I had some ideas coming into it just based on our previous conversation, what I saw in the report. But I'm really going to try to drag a lot of this out of you because when I leave here, it's going to really be up to you to say, okay, going forward, these are the things that we can do as a board to improve how we work, to improve our focus on what really matters most, which you heard some from the community tonight, but I heard it from you very, very clearly, and I'm looking at the book I know right here, next to Sarah that you're reading, which I know you've been reading for months now, great on their behalf, which I think had one dominating theme that I've heard from many of you, which is a focus, and I think your renewed intense focus on positive student outcomes. So how do we keep that at the very top of our thinking and make that kind of the primary focus on everything we do? And so how do we, are there things that we can do as a board in the coming year to really help keep that as our focus and make our job more effective and easier on all of us? So those would be kind of our guiding ideas and outcomes as we go through our conversation tonight. So, all of that said, any questions, any thoughts? We'll just get going. And this is Summer's computer, so we'll see if okay. So, if you remember, you were asked to scale several statements in several categories, kind of on this scale from excellent to I don't know. And we saw the rainbow. So we're going to really focus our time talking about where we saw a lot of divide, because I think that's really where we're best suited. It's a little big, but I think you can see this. So when you look at these categories, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them, you don't see a lot of difference. The first one is where we'll start is going to be the most difficult, I think. That's the lowest, the idea of leadership. But you look at that and you think, maybe things are going pretty well. Everything overall averages out to good. Yes, but, right? Yes, comma, but. As we dive a little bit deeper is where we start to see more of the divide. And that's really where we're going to start to have some rich conversation. And so I would say as we move forward into these categories, let's make ourselves let's set a couple of rules. When we started our conversation in July, I think with a long list of rules, and I don't think we need to do that again tonight. But let's try really to focus on what isn't working well when we get into these areas, because I think that's what you see here, is that an idea of things are not working well for some people or others. Some people think things are working well, but clearly some people think they aren't in some areas. So how do we move everyone toward the green? And I would say that if we get back together next year and scores are green, it doesn't mean that all 7 of you agree on everything. It means that all 7 of you agree things are working better or things are working well. Because again, that's what this really is a measure of, is that we are working well together, we are working more efficiently, and you'll see that in the statements. This isn't about we all have the same values, we all agree on the same priorities, we all agree politically, we all agree on what we want to accomplish. It's how we work together. So that's where ideally I would like to see everything a year from now, is that the reds, the oranges, the blues. The blue frustrates me to no end, but I think we understand where the blue comes from. We talked about that a lot in July. That is where I would like to see move up toward more green. So as we have this conversation, let's really try to focus on process, on procedure, on improvement. Let's keep personalities out of it. You saw some of that reflected in the comments, and I think it really mirrors some of what Dr. Lawson said when he was talking, in terms of public comment. Let's try to keep that the same focus here, because really, this is about moving forward and working better together and working more effectively and more efficiently as we move forward. So of course, we're going to start with probably what is the most difficult conversation, is leadership. And really, I say that because this is almost sort of an environmental kind of topic. And I'm going to go through it, I'm going to read the statements, and you can see where the scores are. And again, you start to see this, the divide, the rainbow I'm talking about, the greens all the way to the reds. But think about what these statements say. And I think of this topic in terms of how does this body sort of represent itself both internally and externally? How are you perceived as a leadership body, a representative body of this district, internally and externally? So let me read through these statements, and then we'll have some conversation about it. Does our board clearly articulate vision and mission statements for the district? Do we clearly, consider community perspectives of all stakeholder groups when we determine our priorities? Do we create an environment that ensures that commitments and directives are in the best interest of all students? Do we value differences of opinion and not let differences denigrate into personality conflicts? Do we seek to build consensus in an environment of trust? Do we respect the rights of individuals to disagree and handle disagreements without damaging relationships? Do we deal successfully with controversial items? Do we deal with conflicts among board members in a professional manner? Do we display a sincere and unselfish interest in public education, which develops and contributes to the growth of students? And do we foster teamwork among board members by using differing opinions as a starting point toward developing new solutions and consensus? And so I think the first thing we can acknowledge is that this board has a lot of differing opinions on a lot of different topics, right? I mean, I think that's a very easy starting point. And you see that reflected here. So to me, the question, the big question is how do we then create the kind of environment where everyone says, that's okay? How do we have a structure in place where we can handle all of these, I would say, almost emotional ways of doing business, if that makes sense? Because when you look at all of these comments, and let me back up a minute here, you know, you have things that almost can't be protocoled away, right? You can't create a procedure necessarily for handling differences of opinion or for fostering teamwork or for, you know, I mean, what is the second one? You know, for telling someone that they have a sincere and unselfish interest in public education or not, right? I mean, these aren't things that you can just say, well, here's our protocol for handling that. Some of the others, when we get down to these other topics, you can. And I would say that we need some protocols and procedures for that. So this is sort of the topic where you just have to look, I'm looking at you, and you have to kind of look at yourself and say, okay, what am I going to do to create this environment for myself and my colleagues? And so I'm just going to start, I mean, we're starting with the hard one, I'm sorry, but, you know, it's just difficult to legislate this. And so when I look and I see green and I see red, clearly we see these ideas differently. And so I'm just going to ask, you know, what are we doing now and what can we do better when you see phrases like, how do we handle differences of opinion? How do we handle disagreements? How do we handle conflicts? How do we deal with controversial items? I mean, I'm just pulling these phrases out. These aren't easy, right? These aren't easy. So who wants to be brave?
I could get the conversation rolling just with
Thank
a little perspective. You know, it used to be, I think I mentioned this last time, we used to have a board which was much more composed, I think, of people who used to work in the district. And when you have that kind of situation, I think the question is, well, let me back up. I think we had a lot of alignment between administration and the board. Now, was that because there was a certain deference to the superintendent? Or was that there was true agreement? I don't know the answer to that. But now, as I think I mentioned last time, we have a much different board. It's a much more diverse board in terms of community representation. And the other thing I think that is happening is the board, I think, has decided to assert itself in those areas where it's appropriate for it to do so. And I think I've seen, you know, a lot of sense from Dave that, yeah, this is a board thing. You guys, you know, this is a board thing, and maybe for no other reason that he doesn't want to get blamed for any knuckleheaded stuff the board does. You know, it's like, oh, that's a board thing, that's on you guys. But I think that's healthy for the board to start to take real leadership in its affairs and not just rely on administration all the time, which is very tempting. I think now that we're kind of heading in this direction, we're having growing pains about just exactly how that's to be done. I think that as we do that, you know, we continue to rely on our administrator, and you know, he's been in this business for a long time. Maybe he's got, you know, thoughts on how to help us do this. But at the same time, the board, there are things the board just needs to do, and that are quite properly, you know, the board's, you know, affairs and business. So I think as we do that, that's probably maybe, from my perspective so far, I think that's why we're in a little different place. And I think in the long run, it could be good.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else? I will say, if you remember, in July, the last thing I asked you to do, there were sheets. Remember, they had like a circle and a triangle and a square, and I don't remember what the other thing was. And I asked you to fill them out with what am I going to, you know, what will I do from now? What will I change? What will I stop doing? What will I start doing? It was something like that, right? And I took them with me, and I sent them back to you. Did they get them back? Okay. Well, I wrote notes on them back to you. So I commented on them, and okay, so maybe you'll get them back now, because I wrote you each like a note back. And there was a lot, what I was really pleased by is that there was a whole lot of willingness by all of you, maybe not for all the ideas we shared that night, but there was a whole lot of willingness by all of you to be more open to each other, more open to each other's ideas, to, you know, be respectful to the dialogue. And I felt like that was a big step forward, maybe that hadn't been shared and articulated before. And so I was very, very pleased. If nothing else had come out of that night, I was very pleased that that had been expressed by so many of you. So I feel like this is a category that maybe is just going to take what you said, some growing pains as the board, which is very obviously made up of different people with different ideas and values and priorities, expresses what it wants to accomplish, and maybe doesn't always agree with each other. And I think as long as you continue to hold on to that commitment that so many of you made in July, that I now have in writing on these sheets, and maybe you can return those sheets to everybody, even with my little notes of affirmation on it, and I would ask you to hold on to those and maybe refer back to them when the temperature feels a bit hot. You can be reminded that you did, make this effort and express this effort. Because it isn't just as easy as one meeting or two meetings and someone standing up here and saying, you really have to do this because, at the risk of sounding like a mom or even your mom, right? The only thing you control is what you can control, right? We've all said this to our own kids growing up. You can only control your own behavior. So, but there are a couple of things in here that perhaps could use some discussion. And I just thought they were interesting that one of them didn't have any green at all, and it was this number 7 on here. Does the board deal successfully with controversial items? And so this one was really on the far end. And so I thought maybe I would just throw this one out for a little more specific discussion. And so is this something that could require, some procedural help, right? And this would be, I would say, in concert with the administration, and probably in concert with some of the things we talked about back in July in terms of operating procedures specifically. Because if there are controversial items to be dealt with, it's probably not going to be just a board issue. It's going to be a district issue, that the board would get pulled into. And so if there are examples of things, not necessarily having to go into the item itself, but maybe procedurally, what did not work and what could be improved upon? What resource or what does the board need in terms of support if a controversial item comes up that maybe put all of you on the more cautionary side of that item? Because no one was happy with that.
I think maybe one element of that we have in place now, and that we have secured our auxiliary legal representation. And I think that second opinion for board members could very well go a long way towards giving them the perspective they need. And I think that will help. I'm just throwing that out there.
Kelly, I guess, so I'm actually on the next page as well. And it said in the comments, one member has an obvious bias and is unwilling to listen any ideas other than their own. They are visibly upset when the majority do not go along with their opinion, and they have lashed out on more than one occasion during meetings. So I guess that's where I see number 7 and number 10 being so vibrant and not green. Mm-hmm. It's hard to work and be dealing with controversial items when there is no give. When it's a flat out no, I guess.
So that's a difficult one, right? Because this word consensus, and I'm fairly certain we talked a little bit about this in July, right? I mean, the whole concept of board work is built around the idea of consensus. I mean, votes can be 4-3, they can be 5-2. They are typically majority rules. However, the best decisions are made when people can put aside that idea of it's my way or the highway. There's a little more mom talk there. I can hear my parents in there. And can work toward this idea of consensus, which is a little bit of mine, a little bit of yours, for the betterment, to reach a better decision. And so I can see, yeah, those really were the two that jumped out at me. And I thought, if there's sort of a commitment to be made in this section, and it's why I wanted to spend a little more time dealing with this one and getting it out of the way, because I think the others are going to be a little bit easier to talk about, and come up with a little more concrete, sort of outcomes going forward. It's this idea of I don't know, a pledge would be lovely, but I'll just throw that out there maybe as the dream, okay? But the idea that we recognize we are far apart on some things, but we also recognize we have the same end goal in mind, which is positive student outcomes. We'll just, positive student outcomes. And so how do we keep that up here in mind? And can even if we approach the mountain from different sides, can we take steps to get there, even if we do this or this? You know what I mean? And so that's what I would just ask you to consider. Because again, this whole idea of leadership, there are a lot of stakeholder groups watching. And what happens in this room bleeds out into all of your stakeholder groups. I mean, that's just the fact, right? And we did talk about this. I know there was a whole lot of research that we touched on, and that the sort of the health, if you will, of the board directly impacts those positive student outcomes. It impacts the culture in your district. It impacts, the temperature in your community. It impacts how well your students are doing in the classroom. And so, to me, I just can't stress enough that even when you disagree, even when the votes aren't going your way, even when you're arguing over A, B, C, D, I don't know, whatever the item is on the agenda, when you can work in, I'm just looking at these words, the professional, the idea of teamwork, the idea of, of dealing with these issues with that idea of consensus in mind, valuing each other, valuing your different opinions, environment of trust. And to me, the funny thing is, if you back up and look at number 5, I looked at some of these things and I thought, to me, 4 and 5 are kind of directly related, and I thought it was funny how different the answers were. And I thought, how do you so many of you feel that you build consensus and have an environment of trust when so many of you don't feel, that you value your difference of opinions? And so I just thought there was a lot of inherent sort of conflict within the answers here. And so I don't have an easy answer for you here, and I wish more of you could share with me and feel safe to share with me. And absolutely, and we talked about this in July, I absolutely understand the hesitancy to do so. I absolutely do. But it doesn't get better if we can't figure out a way to move forward. I know, Monica, you want to say something. I know you do.
Well, I was just going to say, I think there's so much of a difference in those two things because, deal successfully with these items, we have to watch everything that we say, every word that we use.
Yeah.
Because it's it's turned, we're harassed in our private lives, we're harassed in our professional lives. So a lot of times I think it's just, we really can't have those open conversations on some of this stuff, and that's creating a barrier.
Yeah.
So it would be, I would love for the community to work with us.
Yeah.
I 100% agree. I was thinking the same thing, Monica, but I think one thing that I think is one of the hardest things is we've had some great conversations here. We've had some hard conversations. When I was chairperson, I had some great conversations with all of you, sidebar, private, just the two of us, phone conversations. And then sometimes you read stuff on social media or people like almost like fueling the flame all the time, and sometimes it makes it harder, it makes it worse. I mean, right or wrong, I mean, it just, it's makes everything we do up here, I feel like, so much harder. You know, like between, you know, I think AJ used the phrase in our last training with you, you know, like the pitchforks.
Right.
And so, you know, even if we all feel that we have the best intentions, it makes it really hard when you have people, either you read stuff on social media or people come up to the podium and, you know, it makes it way harder. You
I know it does.
So it makes us, I think, also see each other as less human than we are, you know, that when you're hearing and reading stuff. So.
I know it does.
Sorry. I want to thank you for that comment. I think you're absolutely right. That particularly that idea of seeing people as less human than they are. But I want to just flip this and just go back in history again, which I think is kind of interesting. The board used to have almost completely unanimous decisions. When I was applying, to be appointed to this board, I went back and I really looked, and I could only find a couple of instances where somebody either abstained or there was a real difference of opinion in a vote. And I think that can cost us. In fact, I think there was one millage that didn't pass because a lot of people felt unrepresented. They wanted the board to be fighting a little bit and hashing things out, so they knew that they had been represented and that it wasn't just a done deal or a foregone conclusion. They wanted to see their public servants, hopefully very respectfully, but, kind of having a little bit of disagreement. So I think in some respects that's very positive. And I of course, if we thought that we were going to get through this period in history without the general differences in our cultural viewpoints and whatnot seeping into the board's business, who are we kidding?
Right.
But at the same time, I think if we deal with those differences more respectfully, I think we can make some progress in this area. But I just remember when I first came on this board, it was the ethos sort of was, well, we just sort of hash things out in committee meetings, come to a consensus, and then we all vote that way. And I thought, golly, in good conscience, I can't do it that way. And I think that's important for us all to vote our consciences and have those discussions. So I think, at least for my part, I'm very open to that, to those differences of opinion, and I welcome that, and I think the public does too. It's messier than a nice, clean consensus going into the final vote. But I think in the end, our community deserves to see that we really are representing them and that we're not all the same. But my 2 cents.
And let me be clear, consensus is not 7-0. That's not, I don't necessarily think consensus is 7-0. I think of consensus as, here's a proposal, maybe the administration comes to you with a proposal, it doesn't have something that you want, it doesn't have something that you want, but there's discussion about it, right? And so there's compromise. To me, I see that. And I can think of a lot of instances where something like that happens. And you mentioned conversations, Anna, with board members. That is perfectly acceptable as long as you're not doing it in groups that in a way that violates the Open Meetings Act. And it's perfectly acceptable for Dr. Rabideau to run ideas by individual board members and have, especially when he knows that, say, I'm going to throw something crazy out. Crazy, please don't everyone take this. But say you're proposing year-round school and school uniforms. And he knows that maybe Monica is not real wild about that idea. He says, but what if we did it this way? And you said, I don't know, I might be able to get behind it if you did this. That's how consensus is built, right? So maybe it isn't the original idea that the administration proposed, but maybe it's something you could be behind. So by the time, you know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about in terms of consensus. So maybe by the time it gets to the table, people are a little more comfortable with something like that. Right? I'm not talking about everything is always a 7-0 vote, but it's that, sorry, I talk with my hands, y'all remember that, right? Okay. It's that kind of discussion, and of course it can happen here. It can happen as ideas are being formulated, right? So I'm just asking you, as we can bring this to a close, this is just the one nuanced area that requires all 7 of you to say, I'm going to do better. I'm going to be more open, and I am not, where's my note? I'm not going to be the one that, shows the bias or rolls my eyes or whatever this comment is. And I don't want to point people out. This is what I'm trying to avoid tonight, is there were very few comments on here, and some of them obviously were, sort of personality picky, so I'm trying to avoid, some of that, but that's what this has to be. If you see anything procedurally in here that you think will help, let's make a note of it. Right, and really, the only thing I thought that would help was that controversial thing. I mean, otherwise, I think this just has to be a commitment. Unless you want me to come do another workshop with looking at squirrels and building trust, but that's kind of silly. So, okay, any last comments on this? Notice I left the squirrels out this time. I thought we moved past that. Okay. All right. I'm going to get y'all talking. You know I am. It'll be easier after this one. Okay, let's go. Let's move on. This one we should love. Academic performance and accountability. So does our board, and again, now, it is a bit hard to separate what the 7 of you are doing from the administration, right? Because you do sort of work part and parcel with them. But I would say, think about these topics moving forward, especially this one, in terms of the standards you set, the goals you set, the conversations you have that influence, the direction you give to the superintendent, right? And so this would be the kinds of conversations you have when, say, the strategic plan is being developed, when priorities are being set. That's the kind of direction, that we're talking about. Because as we know from July, you aren't dictating the day-to-day, but you are setting that very high level of standard for what you want this district to achieve. So, reading for anyone who may not be able to see, and for the record, does our board commit to a vision of high expectations for all students? Do we ensure an overall, there was satisfaction with that? Do we ensure the district has a comprehensive performance-based plan for improving student achievement? A little more disagreement with that. This is where I think we're starting to talk about, do we have a strategic plan? Are we involved in it? Are we involved in setting high-level goals for that? Do we define clear goals for student achievement and effective instruction? Again, at the highest level. Are we reviewing progress toward long and term short goals? We talked a lot about that in July, right? About wanting to be more involved in setting those goals and in accountability, right? In being able to measure progress and having that reported back to us. Focusing on issues that impact student achievement. I think that's really what this book is about. And I think you've been having good conversations about that. Ensuring indicators that define student achievement are established. Districts all over the state are wondering what those are. And, how do they define what they are for your district? Is it more than M-STEP? What else are we doing in our district that prove to us that our students are learning all year long? Are we weighing all decisions in terms of what's best for students, regularly using our scorecard to publicly focus upon our priorities, monitoring student assessment results, considering decisions by the superintendent and staff related to programming and changes, making those changes based on student assessment results? Again, data, data, data. Evaluating the superintendent in compliance with Michigan law and our student growth expectations, and celebrating success at all levels of the system that improves district performance. So overall, better. So I was pleased with this one. Again, focus on positive student outcomes. So I would say, again, this is one where we want to know what is working well. What else would improve your performance in your accountability role? What are you getting now? What do you still want? I mean, I realize it's only been 2 months since we had a big conversation about goals and data. So I don't know if you've had any time really to think about it or see anything incorporated. I'm not sure, 2 meetings, 3 meetings perhaps, right? So what, if anything, have you thought about? What do you want kind of going forward?
I think our superintendent has given us some excellent leadership in terms of kind of prepping us to be looking at data,
Okay.
and then to start to look at how we can use that data to come up with some very concrete goals. Because I think we're right on the cusp. This is really in progress.
Okay.
And we're right on the cusp of getting in, really rolling up our sleeves and getting into some real detail, which will be, I think, maybe a little intimidating to those of us who don't deal with educational statistics all the time. But that's what this guy's for. He's going to help walk us through it. But I think we really are poised, because we've been talking about it for a while. I think we're all intensely interested to see, how the data is looking, even if it isn't looking, amazing. It's one of those cases, well, okay, it's going to be easy to improve if we're down here. But I think
Right.
we're all looking forward to that process. I know I am. And I think our larger strategic plan gives us a nice skeleton for, how we're going to put things in place within that larger strategic plan. But as I've been pretty clear, I totally have geeked out on that strategic plan. And I'm really looking forward to
Good.
seeing it in action at this sort of microcosm level as we get into some of the very specific goals. So I'm encouraged. I don't know how everybody else feels, but I feel like we're right on the cusp of some big stuff within the next, what would you say, 2 months, 3 months? Today, boom.
Good. Yeah. Optimistic was one of the words coming out of our July session as well. So, that you were feeling optimistic about this one. So, whoops, sorry. But there were a lot of oranges in here, right? Needs improvement, needs improvement, needs improvement. And again, this was before our July discussion where I think it was one of the clear takeaways, one of the very clear takeaways. And so I believe this was a message that was heard. So, I want to reiterate that, but I think it was heard and received and clearly is coming back to the board. So is there anything else here that needs to be driven home, or anything else procedurally that we need to send back?
I'm curious about number 7. Weigh all decisions in terms of what is best for the students. That was a big orange one, red one. Mm-hmm. What I'm wondering is what decisions were we thinking about when we voted that, or when people said that needed improvement? What decisions didn't get made
Yeah.
properly or in the best interest of the students? I guess that one, and I can't even remember what I wrote.
Right. Well, there's 3 people there, and I don't know who voted, who filled this out. This comes to me just like you see it. So that's a good question. And even if it isn't specific, some of this, again, is perception. So whoever perceived that decisions weren't being made in the best interest for students, I think it's how do you police something like that? How do you you can't really legislate something like that, but again, as a board, you're asking each other to make that the guiding, the top of the mountain. So certainly now you know that just under half of your colleagues are concerned that half of you aren't putting positive student outcomes at the top of the list. So that's something for all of you to think about, is how I would phrase that.
And you want us to build trust with each other, too. Don't forget that.
Exactly. That's exactly right. This is a difficult conversation to have, and I appreciate it because it's a full room. And there have already been some difficult things said tonight. I also appreciate that. And so I don't come here lightly, and I don't stand up here and make these comments lightly. And you know that I have been in your seat during difficult times, and I don't, and so I can appreciate that it's hard to speak up, and but I can also tell you that there is a way to work together if you want to. And that second half of that statement is the most important. Even if you don't like what the other person stands for. I mean, and so, you know, you can look at that number 7 and be frustrated by it. Or you can say, I am going to assume best intentions, which I think was actually something that someone wrote on their sheet, their shape sheet, I'll call it, in July. I am going to assume best intentions about my colleagues going forward. That's something I'm going to change. And that's how you make a change tonight, right? That's how you say, okay, this is what I'm going to do. I see that. I don't like it. I want us all to make decisions in terms of what's best for students, and I'm going to just assume, I'm just going to give my colleagues grace, and I'm going to assume that's what we're doing going forward.
Excuse me, I kind of want to pick up on that because I like the thought. That might be one where we're never going to get rid of the orange completely, because you're going to have people, I mean, when people are diametrically opposed, you know, in terms of what they think is best for the students, they're probably never going to come together exactly. But the difference is, and you said some things that got me thinking about this, if we, instead of, you know, demonizing each other, if we just assume that each person is coming from a position of good faith and good intentions, regardless of what we believe about that person's, you know, the rightness or wrongness of those ideas, that would, I think, make some of these other areas start to look a little bit better if we just proceed from that
Yeah.
you know, sort of assumption in a sense, you know, just like a guiding principle that's how I'm going to see my colleagues.
Yes. So let me make some suggestions here, because there are some, I'd say, some procedural things here that you can do once, and I'm looking at some of these oranges, right? Like let's look at number 6, maybe, and number 8, because some of these things, again, aren't necessarily in your purview to execute, but you know, so when it says regularly use its scorecard to publicly focus upon its strategic priorities, right? Well, so you know what your strategic priorities are because they're in a strategic plan. So that would be something where you would want to make sure that the strategic plan is communicated to the community, right? And so that would be something where you as a board would say to the superintendent, how are we doing that? Is it on the website? Are we, and I'm just going to throw some ideas out here because I don't know what's being done, right? But when you send out an annual newsletter to the community, is the strategic plan there? And I remember some sort of graphic that I think I put in my presentation last time, right? Is something like that, you know, being communicated? When you go speak to groups, are you talking about the strategic plan? Are we going to get a report once a quarter on the strategic plan? That's how you, as a board, communicate to the community, right, when you're in this format. So how are you incorporating these kinds of things, including more student achievement measures? And Dr. Rabideau and I had some communication after our July session, where I had given him some other examples of data. Not only student achievement data, related data, growth data, but other kinds of data that I thought would be helpful to you as a board as you make decisions, as you look at the future of the district. You know, so it isn't only about student outcomes, but there are other kinds of data that I think are important for you to know as you project and look at the future. I mean, you could be looking at data almost every meeting. And so, you know, if you want data, boy, be ready. So I think he's ready to give you a lot of data. This is going to be a new world for you. So, you know, so even just having it as a regular part of your meetings now, you know, you are now communicating to your community that we are becoming more data-centric, data-driven. And so, you know, there are ways that you can ensure that you are communicating publicly these priorities, right? So I would say, whoops, sorry, when it's not my computer. You know, so you can look at this and say, you know, do we have clearly defined goals number 3 for student achievement and effective instruction? Again, should be in your plan, right? And so if you don't have a strategic plan, I would expect this to be a lot more orange and red and blue. So this could have been a very different conversation, you know, maybe last year, I don't know, whenever that was developed. So, and as far as 4 goes, I think as you start to incorporate more of these conversations into your meetings and have sort of these regular reports on progress and have more of this data reports in your meetings, you'll feel a lot more comfortable where you are, in terms of your accountability role as a board, because you're getting more regular reports in terms of where we stand, where our students stand, and some of these other measures. So to me, this one is the data measure. And so I do agree. I think this one is sort of on the cusp. It's in progress. It's ready to roll. And I think in a year, this will be a totally different conversation. And so, and it to me is one you look at over time and measure over time. And so the first, whatever you see in the first sort of data dump, you're going to see progress. So reactions, questions, any other thoughts on what would be helpful to you as a board member in terms of resources, or as a board in terms of academic performance and your accountability role? Okay. All right, board responsibilities. A lot of ties to our July conversation here in terms of roles and responsibilities. So really the first 5 here are all about your policy role, which of course is one of your primary functions as a board. Does our board understand its function and role as a policy-making body? Do we focus on policy issues rather than management issues and refer all potential district-wide issues to the superintendent? So are we not trying to solve those day-to-day problems, and are we turning those over to the administration? Remember, we talked about that. We are not problem solvers. We are more people who direct our constituents to those who do solve problems. Do we develop policy based on state and federal mandates with consultation from legal counsel when appropriate? Do we provide through policy a process by which the board deals with complaints from the public and consistently use that process? Do we regularly review and update policies to ensure relevancy? So overall satisfaction, a little bit of needs improvement there. Let's just stick with that for a minute, because this section really was very policy focused. And I know you do meet as a committee of the whole when it comes to policy, correct? Right? Everything is committee of the whole. Okay. So anything procedurally here where, because there was a couple of needs improvement. And I will tell you, I have been with some boards where they would look at this and go, well, I don't know, there's only one person. There's only 1 or 2 people that are unhappy. What's the big deal? It's like, well, I would say in your case, where there has been, some of these comments, in my experience in sitting down with you and in talking with you, we really are trying to work together and bridge these divides, and I would say maybe take the temperature down in our community a little bit. I think that's a fair thing to say. It matters to me. It matters to me, and I think it does matter to you if there is 1 or 2 people that feel that differently. And so, again, we don't all have to be dark green, light green, but if there is an area where something can be improved, I think for your board at this moment in time, it's worth listening to. So I am not of the mindset, and I've had colleagues that thought that. It's like, why, when I was a board president, why are you stressing over it? It's only 1 person. It's only an outlier. It's like, I don't feel that for you right now. So I want anyone and everyone who feels like something, has an idea where a process particularly could be improved, we need to put it on the table. So when we talk about how we review policies, what our process is, how we're focusing, on the updates. And I remember those, that Neola book is, you're never going to catch up with it, how you update it, right? So, what are the priorities, how the mandates come in, how the legal updates all come in, what could be done better, what do you need that could be done better? And I might add, maybe you've picked up on it by now, but as we're talking about all of this, It all sounds like it fits under the umbrella of board operating procedures, doesn't it? So we might remember that little conversation from last time. So a lot of this stuff does fit under a bigger concept that we talked about in July that I'm still going to harp on by the end of tonight. And maybe even get a couple volunteers. Dr. Lawson, would you like that if I got a couple of folks to actually volunteer to take that on by the end of the night?
Maybe. They're a pretty stoic bunch tonight, though.
I know. I'm working on it. So anything from a policy perspective? Is there one person that sort of chairs this conversation? Just you, just the board president. I told you it wasn't an easy job. I told you it was more than running the meetings.
Number two, there again, I want to know what issues did we get into that were the superintendent's issue? I'm trying to think back to what were we dallying in, because I didn't think we got into anything that didn't get brought to us, really.
I didn't respond.
I'm throwing that out there that I don't think I'm pretty sure I haven't requested anything get put on the board or on the agenda. Maybe, I'm trying to think back, Anna. I don't think I ever sent you an email, said, hey, I want to talk about this. So I'm just curious, what did we get into that, because that's another one of the dissatisfied.
So remember in July, we talked about, we went through a lot of these similar topics, and there was, and we talked about the difference between, the board's role and the administration's role. And, from a policy perspective, your role is really more to, in terms of setting policy, and the administration's role is to execute it. So is that day-to-day operational execution of what you set in terms of high-level policy. And so if there is something, where you said we should do it this way, that might be something where people said, we're overstepping. I obviously don't know any specific areas, but But you can refer back to our, that packet in July, and there would be some kind of side-by-side. Remember, we went through these. There was some side-by-side language that would clear that up in terms of the board's role versus the administration's role. So I could refer you back to that. But otherwise, overall, with the exception of, a little bit, overall, everyone feels policy is running well. So here, again, roles and responsibilities. And again, we spent 2 or 3 hours discussing this. That we really willingly embrace a strategic role and regularly self-monitor, adhering to the limits of that role. We align our responsibilities and behaviors with our district bylaws and board operating procedures. Bylaws, because we're missing the second part, but we're going to work on that. We set timelines for district goals in accordance with SMART goal standards. And I'm going to think, and I would like you maybe to respond, but I think we probably see so many oranges because I think the SMART part is what's missing. And I know were Dr. Lawson, or I think it was Eric Hansen, was big on the SMART piece of that in July, correct? So, so I know that is a big focus for you. Ensure systems of accountability are in place at all levels. And then use structures and processes to keep the district strategically focused. And so again, this is where you start to see words, like timelines and accountability, structures, processes. So this is where I start to ask, questions like, are these in place? Do we have these things in place? Do you feel supported? in order to do your work at this, in this way. In your accountability role, to stay strategically focused. Are you familiar with the bylaws? Do we have the operating procedures? We know that one. We talked about that last time. Do we have the SMART goals? We talked about that last time. I think that is, obviously, I think the administration took away a clear sense of the board's interest in more of a focus on more defined goals. But overall, I mean, we see a lot of satisfactories, a lot of greens there. But the SMART one was the only one. And so, Eric, is there anything that you want to reiterate from July? I mean,
Oh, I think Dave's going to answer some of those questions a little bit later, correct?
okay. And then the last piece of this, everyone was pretty content with, that we understand the basic principles of school finance, including, the different sources of income, approve and monitor the budget based on our priorities, understand the budget as a projection made at a certain time and will change over time, align the budget with our desired quality of education for all students and the ability of the community to support such a program, attend committee meetings, work sessions, workshops as requested. If I remember correctly, this administrator was singled out as someone everyone really appreciated and loved to work with.
Mary does all this.
Yes, so kudos to Mary. So, anything, I would say, anything else that you need in terms of format, requests, this would be a good time to say, this would really help us understand this better. Procedurally, format-wise. Thumbs up for Mary. It's complicated stuff.
School finance is a little different than finance in other kinds of organizations
Yes.
sometimes. And I've had a bit of a learning curve, figuring out exactly how that differs. So Mary's been very patient with me. And I think some of it is just getting familiar with those elements. And I think that's going very well.
Good. I think this is also one of the longer ones, which indicative of, exactly how, the breadth of the role. Finally, provide feedback to the board president or superintendent when appropriate. Everyone seems to be doing that well. Ensure that an effective evaluation system is in use for all employees in accordance with the law. And monitor district performance on a regularly scheduled timelines while allowing evaluation of individual performance to occur at the different levels. So it sounds like that you are confident then that, you have a system in place to communicate with your leadership, and that the evaluation system is working well. So please there. But if there is anything that needs improvement there, again, it's only one person, but still I would say, and if somebody doesn't want to speak up here, I would encourage them to let President Lawson know. Because again, we wanted to keep personalities out of this, and so if there's only one person, you don't have to speak up, but please don't, I don't want anyone to feel like just because they're one person that their perception is being overlooked here. So, but most of these things, when it comes to these kinds of evaluations, are driven by the law and have to occur at certain times and by certain times, to be in compliance. So any concerns I would say about that, take up with Dr. Rabideau, would be my suggestion. And while I would not normally pause on this comment, I would say we spent a whole lot of time in July talking about this. And so, hopefully we feel a lot better about roles and responsibilities and and that this has kind of reinforced that part of the conversation. So effectiveness was also part of our conversation in July. And, you know, I would say is almost the flip side of where we started tonight, which was leadership. And so, you know, if leadership, if the first part of that was leadership, which really is how, you know, the board is kind of perceived externally, the effectiveness piece is really how you're operating internally, like how you're sitting here operating as a body. And so this one should be easy to talk about, friends. So, does our board focus on the board agenda and meetings on issues related to improving student achievement? We're going to talk about that. Do we conduct board meetings efficiently and effectively? A little bit different opinion. Do we notify the board president of a desire to place items for consideration on the regular or special board meeting agendas? Do we read relative information related to agenda items and inform ourselves on agenda items prior to board meetings? Do we support decisions once action is taken? Ensure decisions are impersonal, objective, and professional. Demonstrate professional and ethical decision-making skills. Represent the entire community and refrain from making decisions based on special interest groups or individuals. Balance its need to conduct the board's business with the public's need to be heard. Understand that its public modeling of an effective decision-making process is as important as any of the decisions it makes. Annually review its code of ethics, conduct, and adhere to it. Practice confidentiality as required. Understand and comply with requirements of the Open Meetings Act, closed sessions, and hearings. So let's talk about these for a minute. The first one, right? There are more of you that are not happy with this than are. So we got to talk about this. And this could change as we start introducing more data-related elements into the agendas. But I would like to hear from you a little bit about what else is driving this. I mean, some meetings are just tedious, right? Sometimes you're approving a lot of expenditures. Sometimes you're looking at budget. I mean, sometimes you are dealing with other things other than student achievement. I mean, that is just part of the business of the board. But, you know, you tend to do this survey once a year, recognizing that a couple of you came on in January. So you've had, probably at this time, you had 6 or 7 months worth of experience. So what have been the predominant issues in the meetings that you feel have kept you from focusing on what you have said is your number one priority, which is positive student outcomes?
The rain garden.
True, okay.
I think that a lot of this actually relates back to leadership. And I think that that has a big play in it, especially what AJ said.
Okay.
I think it all goes back to leadership. So maybe if we can improve these, leadership will follow
Okay.
our scores.
So there, yes, and I can see that, right? So if the environment or the climate at this part of the room is you know, not necessarily conducive to effective conversation, let me just call it that, maybe. You can characterize it differently if you like, that you're going to get bogged down in other issues other than what you want to deal with, ideally. Okay. So as one improves, the other will improve. I think that's an astute observation. And I don't disagree. From what little I've heard about some of these issues, it's interesting how they can take up an inordinate amount of time. And then you realize one day, how have we spent so much time talking about one thing that, you know,
We still do.
that, you know, is a thing and doesn't relate to, yes, that. Okay. AJ?
I would say that a lot of the stuff or a lot of the problem is that what the board has been asked to deal with is the tedious, mundane things. And we're asked to deal with all those things, and then we look at the student achievement when it comes out of the M steps, or the other one that's got an acronym a mile long. And that's about it. We're not asked to do, I guess curriculum would be about the only other thing that we're asked to look at.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be where I would come from on that question.
Okay. So it hasn't been asked of you in the past, maybe to, okay, that's an interesting observation too. But I think you've made it clear that this board wants it.
I think a lot of that came out of that stupid book, Dave.
You brought it on yourself, Dr. Rabideau.
No, you brought us homework.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I would expect in a year that number one looks totally different. That's what I'd expect. Because I think, yes, I think now this board wants to do more. I mean, you don't want to be looking at the tedious thing. I mean, so you have to. I mean, some of it you do, right? I mean, that is part of what you do. But I think that's terrific, that now you know this is what we want to look at. And I think we have now reiterated many times, both in July and tonight, that that's going to be part of your conversation going forward.
Well, as we've worked our way through the strategic plan, the board's role in decision, or setting goals we haven't gotten to that point yet.
Mm-hmm.
And so for quite some time, we've been kind of sitting back, waiting for that process to complete so that we can take a more active role in that. And as such, to AJ's point, you know, most of the agenda items that we're faced with are more mundane, you know, budget and so on and so forth. So there hasn't been an inordinate amount of opportunity to really focus in on student outcomes, but that's to come. That's the hope. So.
I would agree 100%. I think I was going to say something very similar in that once we get into that process, I think the board will feel more involved in that. But at the same time, I think we have to be careful. I think we have a policy that basically says that the board can take up any issue, particularly that's controversial. But, you know, things that aren't controversial, that are, you know, really the part of the day-to-day, bailiwick of the superintendent, the board naturally wouldn't be involved because we hire a superintendent to run the district. So to some degree, there are going to be some of those student achievement things that just aren't really going to come across our desks. And I think, you know, acknowledging that's okay.
Mm-hmm. What would make the meetings more efficient and effective if they need to be? Do they need to be?
All right, now you hit it. For instance, this meeting is supposed to be a planning meeting where we can have open thought, we can have open discussion, and yet that cannot happen. Honestly, with the group that's in front of us here, the board, I feel very comfortable expressing viewpoints and to have debate and discussion, as we should have. This is probably the most diverse board in many, many years because we come from many different backgrounds. And that's a good thing. And to bring about our different viewpoints is a good thing. However, when those viewpoints are brought up and we try to have open dialogue and open discussion, as Monica pointed out, we are literally attacked, not only personally, place of employment, jobs threatened. It's become almost a harassment point so that we cannot have open discussion. And now I'm a little fired up, I apologize. But through the events of this week, we've seen on a national stage how that plays out. Because you disagree with someone's viewpoints does not mean you have the right to hate them and attack them. We've seen a man killed this week for that. And it's troubled me throughout this entire week coming into this meeting for the same fact that because you disagree with a board member's viewpoint, instead of having debate or challenging them in an election, you attack them personally. And so that really does influence the effectiveness and the efficiency of how the board functions, because it takes away that component. And that is sickening to me that that's come to that point.
Yeah.
Kelly, if you remember, that started our July conversation. I
Yeah.
said, there's a sword
Yeah.
that's waiting for us. And it's actually gotten sharpened over the last 2 weeks.
Yeah. And I wish I could say this without sounding flippant or sounding dismissive of what's going on out in the community, but the best thing that my spouse did for me during, the immediate post-COVID years when I was sitting in Dr. Lawson's seat was take away my social media. He just took it away from me. And I stopped reading the comments.
But it's above that. I don't read social media.
Yeah.
I could care less. I don't read the news articles. I could care less. But when, excuse me, when there's actually attacks against people's jobs
Yeah.
and livelihoods, that crosses the line.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I don't know how you, I talk about, what you can do as a board to, to calm the waters or take down the temperature. And I think the best thing you can do is just do what you're saying at this table, to sit at this table calmly and have discussions. And I don't know, other than that, how you portray to your community that that's how you want them to act as well. I mean, that is how you portray to your community, right? That's the example that you set. And having the different viewpoints, having your broader community represented at this table, ideally should reassure them that their viewpoints are being heard. And for each of you to feel that way and to feel, sort of personal and professional pain for that, is really unacceptable. And so I don't, and it's stilting our conversation tonight. It obviously did in July. Dr. Rabideau and I talked about it after the workshop, and, and I wasn't sure what I'd be able to do here with you tonight, and I feel like slowly we're having some more conversation, and I'm asking you to be brave, and I understand the hesitancy, I really do. And I hope that anyone watching tonight and sitting in the audience understands this point to number 2, that these meetings and your work is not going to be as effective as it needs to be because of what's happening. And so, that's just something for everyone to consider, not just the 7 of you, but your community at large. And,
I have a thought on that, actually. I think we have something called the profile of a 21st century graduate, if I'm remembering correctly. One of the items is to be culturally minded, and I think the thrust of that basically is, learn how to be a citizen of the world a little bit, get to know what it's like to be from another culture and to have really different thoughts. I would suggest, and this is a much longer term issue, that we expand on that and we try to sort of help our students develop an ethos and an understanding that what that also means is accepting a true diversity of thought, and again, well, maybe just not murdering people that you disagree with. So I think that we could probably provide leadership as a board in that direction. That's a longer term project, looking at, as we get into some of those issues. But I would suggest that, to take that, because it feels in the world like that kind of an understanding is lacking.
Yeah.
And I think that's an area that we could show some leadership and do something concrete.
Yeah.
Just throwing that out there.
Yeah. Well, it definitely starts with the 7 of you. I mean, as the 7 of you model that, it'll bleed out there. There's no easy answer. There's no easy answer. And I wish I had something wise to say. I mean, really, I'm flummoxed by it the more it goes on. I really thought that once we got past the sort of initial, kind of post-COVID sort of initial kind of, culture war that people would see, that kind of sort of hyperbole and, sort of emotionally heightened engagement was going to be bad for how our schools were run, but we're going to keep trying. So let's keep talking about how we can still get our work done. Okay, and you see some of that here, right? Again, this is your perception with each other, and I feel like we've sort of beat this a little bit, we've hit this a little bit hard, and I'll just sort of touch on it as we go through, but I think, and some of you have acknowledged it, and I'm very pleased that you've done so, and I'm pleased that you've spoken up. So I think you now sort of understand how these are all connected too. And I think, Sarah, your point was well made, is that as the leadership category there and all those sort of traits and characteristics of that category, kind of even themselves out, a lot of these, because they're all connected and you're starting to see the same language through all of them, right? Will kind of, you'll feel more comfortable with each other in a lot of these other categories as well. So, when you talk about professional and ethical decision-making and, making decisions based on special interest groups, again, these are perceptions that you have of each other. And so as your comfort and as, we talked about, what was the phrase I used earlier, that you were going to sort of give grace and assume best interest, that's not the phrase I used. What was the phrase I used at the beginning?
Positive intention.
Positive intention. You're going to assume positive intent. Thank you. That these perceptions will change as the conversations continue to be positive. So, do we need to have any conversation about that or any other statements about that? I don't want to keep kind of going back to it and dragging it over and over, but I think everyone has an appreciation for the sentiment behind it. Do we all agree? Can we all agree at the sentiments behind it? Hopefully. Okay, what I don't like to see is blue. I don't like to see blue at all, because that means someone is unaware of either an aspect of the job or hasn't been, sort of properly integrated into an aspect of the job. And we did talk about this in July in terms of sort of a lack of formal orientation to the job. Again, something I would like to see this board tackle procedurally going forward. And so whenever there's blue, we need to make sure that the board is aware there's sort of a missing piece here in terms of someone doesn't have a piece of knowledge that they need to have. So do we understand that how we model our decision-making process is as important as any of the decisions it makes? And I feel like we've just spent probably the last 10 minutes plus assorted pieces of time previously talking about that. I don't think there's any question about that. You can correct me, and correct me anytime I misspeak, or you challenge any statement I make. I have absolutely no problems like debating it or discussing it with you, but I feel like just based on the conversation we've had that I think everyone sort of appreciates that what we do here affects, ripples out into our community through our staff and into our community. That's the point there. Here's another one. Practice confidentiality as required. I made the assumption when I saw this that someone doesn't know if everyone is practicing this rather than we don't know it's a requirement of the job. So clearly you are privy to a lot of very confidential matters. I think we all appreciate that. So again, this is tied back to some of those leadership traits and issues. So again, assume positive intent. This was a perception issue in terms of Open Meetings Act. I don't know. I think if you guys need to study a little more on what that is, I'll leave that to Dr. Lawson. Maybe that's, if you need any kind of review on what that is or what that, what the requirements of the Open Meetings Act are or the prevention, what that is, I'll leave that to you. But that might be something to review with the board, just for sake, because there was some You know, although right here it showed that everyone sort of felt like they understood it, but there was a comment made there that there was some concern about it. Data. Again, another topic that I feel like we talked a lot about in July. And reminding everyone that this survey was filled out prior to that conversation. So some of these oranges you may feel like your concerns here are being addressed or on the cusp of being addressed. But let's bring up the conversation if not. I mean, I certainly had, you know, kind of some questions here ready for you if not. But do we have the right data to make strategic decisions? I say not yet, but okay, coming. Are we ensuring student performance data is well related to our goals? We don't know yet, but it's coming. Do we distinguish between data needed for district-wide decision-making and what's needed for tactical and operational decision-making? Again, it's coming, you know, we don't know yet. I mean, I think that is something that you will figure out. And I think it's okay. I mean, sometimes it's okay to see both, but just know clearly what it is that you need for what you have to decide and what you make decisions on and what some of the operational stuff is. Do you systematically use data? I would say probably not yet, but again, it's coming. Do you use appropriate data for your again, I mean, to me, I don't want to, you know, I don't want to keep like hammering at it, but this feels like it's coming. And anyone here that felt like it needs improvement, if you want to speak up and say, I would say if we revisited this in 6 months and you still felt that way, this is when you go to Dr. Lawson, President Lawson, and you say, I'm not happy. I'm not happy. We're not getting what we need. So that would be my recommendation to you procedurally, is to give this 6 months and say, we still don't have what we need. This is not what I anticipated. You know, I'm still expecting to see X, Y, and Z. More. So perception data is another thing that I don't know how often that you may survey, the district may survey, but that would be something else that you could add. I don't know if that was something I suggested to you, but if you do survey your community, your staff, your students on perceptions related to the district, that would be something that you could add to what you share with the board. Are you basing your comments, decisions, and questions on objective data? You will once you start seeing it and you start asking questions about it. Again, using it to assess outcomes. And then recognizing the need to use research. Well, certainly, I think you do that. So, again, you'll see this, I think, a lot more. Okay, board superintendent relations. And this is a pretty short category. And I want to talk about the relationship in general, not the specific relationship that you have with Dr. Rabideau. You remember from our discussion in July that, you know, your one employee is the superintendent, right? And I would say, you know, some of these different ratings to me made me wonder a little bit if, you know, if maybe there was some question about that relationship and how you interact with the superintendent, and if we did understand sort of that role. Hopefully that was made a little more clear after our session in July. And just reminding, if there are any questions or anything we want to bring up now, we can talk about the role and the relationship in general, but anything specifically about Dr. Rabideau, his performance, or anything about your relationship with him needs to be saved for his evaluation. The same way that it was identified in terms of, you know, any comments made specifically about members of the board or members of the staff, that, you know, he has the same right to have any kind of discussion made about him in particular done in a closed session. So we're just going to say that right now. So I would say let's keep this part of the discussion related to any sort of process or improvements in the way that you as a board or individual board members relate to the superintendent, need things from the superintendent, sort of, you know, procedurally. So do you as a board respect his daily executive responsibility? And does the superintendent respect the governance responsibility of the board? Overall, yes, a little bit of a concern. Create an environment that discourages micromanagement or undermining of the superintendent? Overall, yes, a little bit of a concern. Provide a clear set of expectations of performance against which the superintendent will be measured. We talked about this extensively in July in terms of superintendent goals and district goals and how they really are indistinct from each other. Recognize the superintendent as the chief executive officer of the district and seek his recommendations on all pertinent matters. And work with the superintendent in a spirit of mutual respect, open communication, trust, and confidence. This again was one, where I think we had the most sort of disagreement. So, but also one where it's almost the hardest to quantify. And so we're kind of back to this conversation of how do you foster that spirit? And so we're kind of back to our same talking points, right? Assume positive intent, but procedurally, are there any things that can be put in place and that will help that sense of open communication, that will help create that trust, that will help, sort of shore up that kind of confidence that what you're getting is what you need, that you are maintaining that strategic role and not trying to insert yourselves in the day-to-day role. I mean, some of this can be procedural and maybe didn't exist before, or are there those kinds of things that you think can be improved upon? And this could be helpful for him as well, and I would assume that the board packet goes out, you might submit questions by a certain amount of time, he responds to everybody's questions before the meeting by a certain amount of time, right? If that doesn't exist, I can see where it would cause chaos. And you show up at the board meeting, your questions weren't answered, you're frustrated, you might there'd be surprises at the table. That's the kind of thing that undermines those exact kinds of concepts, right? So if that's missing from your relationship with the superintendent, that's the kind of thing that we would, maybe put on the table as a recommendation going forward.
I think we do have a process for that. There's a place, is it in your board update? Yeah, where we can ask questions of the superintendent. I don't want to say it's really new, but it's newer. So maybe board members just need to be aware that they can really make use of that. And the other thing I would suggest is, because the board president and the superintendent work a little more closely together, if there are things that the board wants to, send my way, then we can have a discussion about it. If it needs to come back to the board, it will. But, make use of me to, maybe bridge some of those gaps if there are. I just want to be useful.
One thing I found particularly helpful is that, and I don't want to make work for anybody here, but I did find it helpful, especially when, we're in kind of the environment we're in here, different opinions, maybe a little bit of, lack of trust, is that if someone asks a question that the board, and emails you directly, Dr. Rabideau, that the board president always be copied. That way who's not only who's asking questions, but you can ensure the questions are getting answered, right? And so that might be something to consider. Just because you're, as a board president, right, your sort of job, if you will, is to manage the business of the board. And so if Sarah has a question, you can be sure that it's getting answered in a timely manner. You can also make sure, maybe it's like, what? I bet everybody wants to know that. I bet everybody would be interested in that. Maybe you make sure that everyone knows that. Maybe it isn't something everyone needs to know, right? So, there's a little bit of judgment there as well, but that might help sort of foster that sense of teamwork, of camaraderie. Everyone knows what people are asking. I found that to be helpful at times when you're trying to sort of start from this place of a sort of a very divided sense of just how we're going to work together. Just something to think about. I know you have the deadlines and, but sometimes you just have a question. It's like, hey, I heard this, what do you know about it? Or someone asked a question earlier about, students who do something. Well, maybe that was a question a board member had. How many students ride the bus? ride bus 80. I don't know. I don't know why you'd want to know that. And it is kind of a micromanaging question, but, if it's something that there was a legitimate reason for. My neighbor asked me about this. What time does that bus get dropped off? I was driving in today and there was a bus of kids being dropped off at 5 o'clock. And I thought, wow, that's late. And then I remember you told me you have the largest, area. And so maybe someone asked a question about that and maybe you need to get that answered for a neighbor. Well, maybe everyone wants to know that. So those are the kinds of things where you might think, okay, I can sort of build some trust here by letting everyone know what's being asked. So those are just some procedural things that you might think about. And you might tell me that's really not going to work for our board. I'm just telling you what I've seen work on other boards when they're kind of in a similar situation. So any other thoughts about how, this has been working well? I would love to hear some good ideas. Like, what's been working well? Has the deadline been working well? Has the, I know you send out a regular update to the board. That probably works well. It probably fosters some questions. What's working well?
Some of it's just a matter of training your resident caveman here to like use technology better and get online and navigating websites and things like that sometimes doesn't come naturally to me. But I think I'm catching the wave. And I'm learning to appreciate it. So some of it's just training, and we've talked about, board training and orientation, but some of it's just that simple, it's like the old codger's got to learn how to do it. So I appreciate that that's there.
Okay. Is there anything top of mind that could be helpful, could be improved? Or another thing that's going well? Did you want to say something, AJ?
I was going to say that the board update is usually very thorough. I don't think there's anything that I can say is surprising that you get through if there is an emergency in the community or at the schools, Dave always posts what's going on to the board, so that we're not hit by, hey, what happened at Sunset? I know nothing. So I guess those are, I feel we are well informed in that aspect.
Mm-hmm. Good. Yeah. Yeah. And I would say as long as your overriding philosophy here is no surprises to the board, no surprises back to the superintendent, as long as that's your baseline, that's a pretty good place to start, right? Okay. I mean, overall, when you look at that, overall, it's fairly satisfactory. But, I mean, this is your number one, this is your employee, this is your, kind of first relationship in terms of making sure the district is working well. So anything that improves this relationship is where you start, where it starts to trickle down. Okay, finally, this is our last category, folks. Community engagement and advocacy. And already I see blues. Whew, blues. Okay. Does our board ensure that district educational goals are established and communicated to all stakeholders? Do we have an ongoing planned program of public information about education within the district? We don't know. Some don't know. Do we follow the established procedure for dissemination of information to the public? Not sure. Allow for citizen input through public hearings, advisory committees, etc. Have procedures for public comment at board meetings that are consistently used. Yep. Seek information in ways that board and community can be more informed. Ensure the use of a variety of strategies to appropriately communicate with different stakeholders while remaining within its strategic role. Have visibility at district and community events when possible. Keep the community informed about the financial needs of the district. Ensure the Board of Education's policies, regulations, and procedures are communicated to the staff and community. Refrain from speaking for the board on issues for which the board has no official position, and communicate with government on issues dealing with public education. So let's back up for a second here. And I said this, I think, earlier. If some of these will be priorities of the board, and the way you ensure they happen is to make sure they are executed administratively. So on these, on 2 and 3, maybe you don't know because you don't know if it's happening administratively. I mean, these aren't for you to actually go out and execute, but these are important aspects of you making sure the community is informed about what's going on in the district. So if you don't know this is happening, it would be worth a note to Dr. Rabideau, or, for him to follow up and say, yes, we do have an ongoing plan program of public information. This is what it is. And I don't know if you have a public information officer or who's in charge of communications, but might be worth having that person annually come to a board meeting and say, here's the, just an update. Here's what's going on, here's where we're in the news, here's how we communicate with the community, here's where we run ads or produce, mailers, and just whatever it is. Here's what our social media presence looks like. If we have a bond, here's what our plans are. So that might be worth having an update on. Same thing, that's really 2 and 3 kind of go part and parcel together then, right? Because you need to know how the district messaging is getting out to the community. So those are the kinds of things where, again, you aren't expected as the board to execute it, but you need to make sure it's happening. And that's how you make sure it's happening. So that's something, that you sort of empower the superintendent to execute the same way you empower the superintendent to make sure the budget gets put together and the bills get paid, and every other administrator there. I mean, you empower him to, to employ those people, same thing. But otherwise, everyone seems very, satisfied with how you're engaged with the community. Just some slight needs improvements here, and certainly anything that we want to talk about. Or any suggestions you have. I mean, overall engagement with the community is an area that I think you all feel like, you're very successful with. And certainly you have your own, your own sort of circles of influence, your own groups of people that, will come to you, share things with you, and vice versa. And so, and I would look for ways, as you say, do you have visibility at district and community events? Seems like you do. So, again, is this planned? It's something that maybe you want to be more strategic about? Question mark? This is kind of the piece where you can be as active or more active, as you want to be. Right now it's difficult, as we've talked about. But there are obviously very positive things going on in the district that you want to make sure are being communicated out. So I'm really glad, however, to see that 11 and 12, overall, that, who's the spokesperson for the board? Thank you. Okay, good. Board president acknowledged that he's a spokesperson for the board. That's very good. That was a different answer 2 months ago, so very good. And you're prepared and trained and feel comfortable doing that?
There's a MASB training I can take.
There is.
I think maybe I'll do that. I think it would be fun.
There is, because it isn't always easy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it isn't always easy.
I'm trying to be very optimistic, Like, how many hours is it? No, don't answer that. Otherwise, I won't do it. I'll just show up.
It is, but that would be also something, probably in your operating procedures, if it isn't spelled out somewhere else. So if Monica gets a call from the Alpena News and wants a comment on something about a board decision, ideally, she would say, you really need to talk to President Lawson. He's the spokesperson for the board. Sorry. Ideally. she's in front of me. It's hard to not call on her because I'm staring right at her. She's right directly in front of me. So, so how that kind of chain of command for these kinds of issues would ideally be spelled out in your board operating procedures if it wasn't already.
Well, Reagan actually did call me once and asked why I voted individually on something the way I did, so I did answer that, but
Yeah.
from
But
a
that-
whole board perspective, no.
Yeah, that's what our policy states that,
Yeah.
right? Like, board spokesperson, but I think it has language that says you can speak on your,
Oh, good. Okay. So
own.
there's already something spelled out. Right.
yep, and Reagan's gotten a copy of that.
Okay. Very good. Very good.
I'd say even back to when Anna led, you did a good job of, even when individual people contacted the board, you handled that very deftly, I thought, all the time, without making a big issue of it.
Yeah. So, any other questions about engaging with the community? This is intended really, this section, I think, kind of measures how you're doing it proactively. And is there sort of a plan behind it, is really what this section is asking. And so, the 12 items really kind of touch on the most important elements of that. And again, you can make it a big part of it, and it's the kind of thing that would ramp up maybe as you're going into, say, as you're going for a bond, right? This is going to be a much bigger information campaign than when you're just sort of operating on a, kind of a day-to-day basis. So I think that's kind of the key takeaway there. So really, these are the big areas. I felt very positive reading this, just knowing what I learned about you in July, knowing the conversation that we had in July. The takeaways I thought were very similar. The couple of conversations that I've had with both your superintendent, your outgoing president, your incoming president, knowing that that I felt like what you expressed in July was heard by your superintendent, and he's acting on it and, making plans to act on it in terms of incorporating, more data into your presentations, thinking about goals and how you incorporate that into your thinking. The suggestions I made really for a couple of key, I think, board sort of structures that could help you. I felt very positive about the takeaways that you gave me that I returned that, hopefully will be shared with you in terms of your willingness to see each other and listen to each other and assume positive intent with each other. And I think it really threaded through our conversation tonight. Seeing some of this and knowing it was filled out before that July conversation, I think maybe the scores might have been a little bit different, just knowing that this really mirrors a lot of the topics of what we discussed in July. And I guess the question would be is do you want to sort of summarize this in any actionable way? And do you want to do it now? Do you want me to, do you want to distill it down into any kind of, actionable goals? Do you want me to go home and sort of stew on it a little bit? I don't know that it'd be very different than what I summarized for Dr. Rabideau and Anna at the time after our July session. I think there were a couple of actionable items that I really would feel are the same. And I can, kind of redo that for you as well. I know you have a long agenda and other things to get to today, and, I've been talking now for a couple of hours. So, so I'd sort of leave that up to the seven of you. But I feel like there are, sort of three main areas, and then maybe a couple of smaller things, that could be really helpful. And they aren't really that different than what we talked about in July. First would be that sort of comprehensive set of operating procedures that would spell out a lot of this. And I can certainly share several with you. And I would suggest that two board members tackle this. And with all of this, I would suggest, picking board members, maybe from different points of view, maybe a long-serving and a new-serving board member, and asking them to tackle this. I would also suggest a new board member orientation be put together. I think that was made very clear in July that's necessary. And it's probably easier done now when we're not coming up. Are we coming up on an election this year? 25, no, next year, right? So do it now. And, whether you have a contested election next year or not, having that in place, whether you end up with new board members a year and a half from now or not. Again, I would have someone new who's just been through it and realized, what they didn't know and needed to know, plus someone maybe who's been around a long time and can bring that sort of institutional memory to bear, I think could be very, very helpful. Again, this is a topic right now that I'm thinking about. I wrote about it earlier this year and did a podcast on it for MASB, so I've got a lot of that floating around in my head. Went through it myself before I left Clarkston. After a contentious, I will use the word contentious, board election, and it was a very interesting process, and I'm talking about it. I'm doing a session on it in October at the MASB statewide convention. So that's one I'm really feeling very passionate about, that you should not elect people to this job and then turn them loose with no sense of how to come on board and join a team and join a culture and what to expect. It's a big job. Also, I think this isn't procedural, but I think it became very clear tonight that sort of environmentally speaking, I'll stay away from the word cultural, but environmentally speaking, you need a commitment sort of individually and collectively to tackle that leadership sort of category just by saying you're going to do it. Just by saying we're going to assume positive intent, we're going to work toward building trust, and we're going to create the environment at this table that will allow us to have those conversations, and we're going to try to shut out the noise from the community while we have those conversations. It doesn't mean we're not going to listen to what they have to say, respectfully, to those of you out there, but it means we are going to get the work of this board and this district done. And we're going to do it with respect to our own perspectives and our own values, and in a way that honors each other's opinions. So, and then I think there were a couple of little things probably that fit under those three big umbrellas. But I think those, if you could commit to sort of making those your goals, and I know they're not smart, sorry, I think the board work is a little more intangible than that. Over the next year, I think that I would, if I were to come back next summer and do this again, I think I would be sitting in front of, well, the same 7 people, but probably a very different tone and climate. So if you want just sort of a brief summary of that, I'd be happy to provide that for the two of you in writing.
I think that would be great, yes, yes. After a long meeting, sometimes, brain cells are
Sure.
In rebellion, and it'd be great to have something like that to look at, to jog our memory and help us move forward.
Okay, great, I'll be glad to do that. Any final thoughts or comments for me as I leave you now?
Yeah, during your last meeting, actually, while you were here, AJ said that spending more time with someone you dislike to know them better. And I really think that that would be beneficial to us. I mean, maybe a retreat.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a book. Yeah,
No.
but I mean, really seeing each other, that we're all humans and that we all come from different lives, but we all respect each other, and we can all take turns. Anna can put us in an extreme sport. Eric can play us some music.
Yeah.
I mean, we all are humans, and spending more time would make us, because this is the only time we see each other.
Yeah.
And more food.
I was going to say, and I only recognize, as I came in tonight, I was sort of focused on, getting everything done. And I saw Monica, but I didn't, was everyone here tonight for the, for the welcome reception. I mean, that's the kind of thing as well, is like when you can get together with administrators, et cetera, too. But yes, and it does not violate the Open Meetings Act if all 7 of you get together, or the 8 of you get together, as long as you're not discussing board business. So if you get together and you just have dinner before the meeting, as long as you're not discussing board business, that is not a violation of OMA. So that's the kind of thing that can be done. And you know, it shuts out the rest of the world sometimes and lets you just sit and talk about your kids or what you did over the weekend, or, you know, I mean, yes, that's the kind of thing that can sometimes build those bridges. We did talk about that in July, you're right. I remember getting raspberry pie in July, too. I ate it in my car before I drove home, by the way. That was fun. It was delicious. Thank you. Okay. All right. I'm going to let you move on with your agenda. Thank you again for having me. I really do appreciate the opportunity to come back and continue this conversation with you.
Well, thank you so much, Kelly.
Thank you.
We've really enjoyed having you and very much appreciate it.
You bet.
Considering the time, would anyone like a break? Okay, I'm seeing no break. All right. Moving forward into discussion items then. Facilities update.
I'll keep it brief. Dave just wanted me to give a quick update on the construction at the high school. So we're pretty well wrapped up for the summer. We spent over $9 million over the past 2 years with renovations and improvements at the high school. So for those of you, I think most of you know, we did, fully remodeled the main office, the new attendance office for student entry, campus-wide upgrades, new sidewalks, repaved the parking lots, designated parking in those spots, lines painted now, not just, old pavement, and the updated traffic circle for parent drop-off and pickup. Minimal issues the first week. Staff are now in the renovated offices, correct, Ro?
Yes.
Everybody's in there? We got some new furniture. Everything's good?
Yeah, well, I love it. It's beautiful. It really is beautiful.
Yeah. I think it turned out very well, so if any of you haven't been there, please tour it. We're just working through, punch list items right now. We're doing some hydro seeding. We're waiting on some traffic signage. There's a little bit of exterior masonry work. A few things with our door access controls. A very short list for a project completed in 10 weeks. So there's really no long lead items, no major issues. So that's one thing I will add. It might get noted, building signage is on the list. So we're working on it. So. And the traffic circle is working well, I feel like, so.
I want to compliment Simon and Dave for being out there on the first couple days, just because to change habits and get people to change routines, we were a little worried. And they put their yellow vests on, and they were out there, and I think in 2 days, we had it wrapped up where you didn't have to be out there the third day.
No, I was out there 2 days, and it went very well. I got a few angry parents and looks and stuff, but it was.
They were good after a little bit of time and change, and it worked out nicely. And I've had not less than probably 5 complimentary emails of, we were a little resistant, but it works. Pickup, drop-off's been going smoothly.
Yeah, traffic seems to move very well in and out, so.
Did you get your whiteboards yet?
The whiteboards, they are, you want to know something? We need to get everything else checked off.
They are ordered.
I did not mention the whiteboards, because
Yeah,
there's still.
they are ordered.
They are ordered. They will be coming up.
So. We're summer left now, so.
Yeah, okay. Any other questions for Simon about facilities?
And I know we have the Laura updates up next, and that's just a, delegating authority for local jurisdiction for our, building projects, and something we do every year, so,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah, for local jurisdiction, so.
It's coming around.
huge compliment to Simon too for all he did, because he was extraordinary.
Yeah, so the LARA is just an annual process. You see the documents there, and the board president would sign off on this. So we would take action to approve that. I do see a spelling error on my email address. I don't know if you filled that up, but the D instead of an R, so. But go ahead, take a look at that and just make sure everything else looks good, then we'll sign off officially next week.
Yes, very good. So, yeah, if you find any other misprints or anything like that, bring them to our attention, and this will be on the agenda for next week.
Mhm.
Any questions? Okay. All right. Well, if there's nothing further on that, Finance and Human Resources Annual Update.
And I'll just let you know, this will be a lengthy presentation. So just throwing out another opportunity to take a break.
Yeah, well, and I was looking, just poking around Robert's rules, and if there's nothing in our policies that would suggest to be done differently, a motion to recess would be in order if anybody's really desperate or something. Okay, we have a motion, well, hold on, we have a motion to recess from AJ, second from Sarah. Any discussion of the recess? Shall we say 10 minutes? 5-minute recess. All in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? Motion carried. We have a 5-minute recess. Thank you. There we go. I declare our recess concluded, and we will continue now with our meeting.
We're rocking. Good night.
Enjoy, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Oh, Matt, you feel like.
Bring it on, right? Bring it on. We got cookies, coffee, we're good. Pizza's on the way. Oh, no.
All right. Thank you, Mary. You're ready to go, eh?
Okay, this is our HR and Business Office Annual Board Report.
So before you start, this is part of the strategic plan. We put out those reporting dates to the board in July that we would be coming to the board with an annual HR update. So as I was furiously taking notes, some of those things about reporting to the board that we talked about in the evaluation here. This is definitely one of those pieces, as is the data presentation that comes after that. So there you go.
Okay, so I'm going to review financial budget over multiple years. And then Michelle is going to go into staffing trends, data review, exit interviews, and retirements to watch, current projects, and then 2026 goals. So there's a lot of numbers on this sheet, but it's just kind of a budget history of the district. I want, in column A, I want to call your attention 2 years, 2009 through 10 and 2011 through 12. So in 2010, there was a recession, and you'll see this is where things start to go downhill for the district.
Can you slide over a little? 11, 12. Starts at 11, 12. Yeah, she's got to slide over there.
Oh, what did I do? Oops. Sorry, I had the wrong page up. Oh, gosh. Okay. So on here, call your attention to the years 2012 through 2013, 13, 14, 14, 15. So due to the recession that started in 2010, these are the years that the district actually went into deficit. And when we talk deficit, there's a difference between the deficit budget that was adopted for this year, which means in that fiscal year, your revenues or your expenditures exceeded your revenues. So you're dipping into your fund equities. That's a deficit budget. Deficit for your fund balance is when you actually have no money and you go into the hole. Okay? So there's a big difference when you talk deficit that way. So those 3 years, if you look down at the bottom, you'll see that the district was actually in deficit by that much. So Diane, bless her heart, worked through the deficit elimination plan and pulled the district out of deficit, and she retired in December of 2018. So she left us with a $6 million fund equity, which is a decent fund equity. Moving forward to the most current year, right now, just an estimate, and the 16 million includes everything, not just the unassigned. So just keep that in mind as we look through the other slides. This next one is just a graphical representation of the previous slide. And this is the one that I accidentally started talking about. So in row A, you'll see in 2009-10, they had a decrease in the per pupil after we were promised 7151. They decreased the per pupil by 165. The following rows are indicated. Row H is if you multiply F times G. So row F times G gives you the amount that's in row H. Row J is your per pupil minus your mid-year reduction times your pupil count. Row K is your per pupil minus your reduction times, oops, sorry. The previous one is times the decrease or increase in student count. And then the final one is times your per pupil minus your reduction times your total pupil count. And then your last column is the current year minus the previous year. Gives you your increase or decrease over the prior year. Just kind of gives you an idea of the flow and the changes that the state made. And the big hit was in 2012 when they reduced the per pupil count or per pupil allowance by $470. That was a huge hit to the district of $2.7 million. That also exacerbated the loss of funding. So it wasn't the popular consensus is it was mismanagement and all this other stuff, and it really wasn't. It was just the state economics at the time, the recession. The district weathered that for a couple of years, trying to keep the employees whole and everything, and then ended up having to ask for concessions during the deficit elimination to get through it. There are other districts I know of that laid off right away, regardless of what their fund balance was, to just try and preserve. This district chose to try and preserve the employees over the fund balance. So they ate through the fund balance trying to keep things going. So keeping all those things in mind, this slide represents the importance of a healthy fund balance. So at the end of 24-25, I have an estimated fund equity of 16 million. That works out to about 29%. Our expenses are 56 million for the previous year for 24-25. So that means monthly we're spending 4.6 million. The state, if the state does not settle the budget, which I'm really nervous about that one. They're working on it, but we have not heard anything. I have no information whatsoever about the state budget. So from October to December, to keep the district running, paying all of our bills, paying our staff and everything, it's going to cost us $14 million. At the end of December, our fund equity would be down to $2.5 million, which is a 4.5% fund balance. If we followed and adhered exactly to the suggestions in the board policy regarding at least maintaining at least 10%, so 10% fund balance would be 5.6 million. We have our expenses, again, our monthly calculation multiplied by 3, we would be back in deficit by $8.4 million. So that's the importance of a healthy fund balance. You can start trying to preserve things by cutting back on expenditures for unnecessary things, you know, outside of the classroom for maintenance and stuff like that, to try and slow the bleed down a little bit so you reduce your monthly expenses. Right now, we're not to that point to making those decisions. Come the end of this month, and they're not any closer to doing something, we're going to have to start looking at stopping spending, stopping hiring, things like that to just slow things down.
Hey, Mary, what percent fund balance then are you targeting to be at? Like, what would be a good, healthy percent?
Right now, we're at 29, which
so
preserves
29,
us, but I they say to stay anywhere from 15 to 20%. We're above that, which is why I transferred money out in the current budget adoption to transfer money into maintenance so that we can carry on with some things that we have planned. Trying to set up a strategic cyclical fund for our technology refresh and getting a grip on what we can actually afford as far as maintenance goes for planning towards 20-year roof replacements or, things like that. So it's just all, those numbers are speculative, between 15 and 20%, but I believe anything above the 20% range is a good thing to be in. And a lot of people say that's too much, but it's not really, especially in years when you come to this, or years that they take $470 out of your budget per student. If you don't have a healthy fund balance, you're not going to weather that, and you're going to be laying people off and cutting back, things that are going to hit the classrooms. We don't want to do that.
Is this normal for it to take this long? Is this?
This is
usually
one of the
passed?
worst years I've ever seen in 25 years. This is one of the worst ones I've ever seen.
And I know that the free lunches is going to end at the end of this month. Is that correct? Or have we heard anything about that?
We have, no, because that depends on the state budget.
Okay. All right. So we're still waiting for that.
Right.
What happens if we don't get that?
So food service has a separate fund equity.
Okay.
We plan to continue it at least through the end of October, and then probably the beginning of October, we're really going to have to reassess some stuff and see if the state has made any advances on the budget.
Mary?
It is.
Oh, are you done, Sarah? Okay. So I get the feeling you're trying to tell us to do something with policy 6235. Is that what you're driving at there?
Is it?
I asked her to put this in to show,
Yeah.
that if we did just keep that minimum level, we'd be in a very dire situation. So
Is
the
that our policy number? there?
10%.
But I mean, the six, that is the name or the number of our policy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that is what that policy spells out.
Yep.
Right.
And I would,
I think we
It
talked.
says to keep the fund balance about 10% or above.
yeah.
Okay.
But it's,
But it's pretty vague.
10% is cutting it pretty close in a district this big, in my opinion, which we've talked about that before.
Yeah, we
Eric,
certainly have.
Yeah,
in
this
recent times.
March, I want to say we talked a little bit about it or something.
Maybe just to find out if I'm remembering this correctly, every time I think chemo brain is over, it surprises me, but I think I may have this one this time. Would you say that this calculation and this way of reckoning your fund balance to what you call a healthy balance might be particularly important for people to know who might be looking at it and say, why is APS carrying such a high fund balance? Why are they doing that? And maybe if they knew this whole story, it might help them understand.
Yes, it does. Keep in mind, too, of that 16,595, there's portions of it are inventory, portion of it are endowments, so there's different categories to the fund balance. So if you go back to the first slide where it was financial budget history, you can see down, so non-spendable would be our inventories. Restricted are like endowments that people have donated for certain things. Committed is what the board has set aside for a specific purpose. And then assigned are, that's my area where we maintain, like CTE will sell equipment. So they'll have revenue from that, but they didn't spend it in the current year, so we track all of those. Or we take our scrap metal from bus repairs or maintenance repairs or whatever, and we cash it in, and that's put in revenue, and that's tracked separately. So there's, so those are assigned.
So what I'm reading then is that we actually, if your little slide is correct, we'd break even. Between what is actually unassigned and available for cash. You got 14 million?
Well, okay, so on this one, the 16 million is not separated out between the committed and stuff like that.
Right, but I'm
So it's that last year on that one slide, on that first slide that I showed you,
Uh-huh.
those numbers are not updated to properly reflect, and they won't be until after the audit. So.
But I guess I'm saying it's actually closer than what it seems.
A little bit, yeah.
Because yours says we
Not-
have 20, or 2.5 million, but if I'm, yep, that line, nope, go down.
So, let's see, 24.
The unassigned and available, Mary, is what I'm, nope, where are you?
I tried to total it in here, if I just could not Excel. So there's 7, 8, 11, maybe 11.5. Or I mean, 1.5. In non-spendable, restricted, committed, and assigned. So if you subtract that out of the two, then you'd be pretty close. What I'm saying is that when those are calculated, when the inventories are recorded, when the restricted endowments are calculated out, those numbers change every year with the audit.
Okay.
So I was just basing it on the estimate of the whole, not less the non-spendable, restricted, things like that.
Okay.
Okay?
I think I'm okay.
Okay.
Carry on, it's after dark.
Okay. So this page is a state budget comparison for the proposals that were issued in June from the House, the Senate, and the governor. All of them touted, huge increases for the school district and everything else. And the fact of the matter is the shell game that they have played with the retirement, the 147A, which is the MIPSR's reduced UAL. So we got instead of getting a per pupil foundation allowance increase this past year, instead they gave us a reduction in UAL of 1.2 million. But they take it away this year. So in essence, we're right back where we started from, not last year, but the previous year. And that makes what they're saying, it skews what they're saying by a lot. So when you calculate all the different changes that they're proposing, increases here, decreases there, things like that, I pulled this from their budget presentations that they have. And you can kind of see the things that they're taking away, the items that the House is taking away. And you'll notice that even though the House was saying that they had such a big increase in per pupil, when you take away all the individual line items that they were going to reduce and eliminate from the budget, their overall per pupil is $1,711.76 when you take into account the changes in the ORS and stuff. Compared to the other two, so the Senate was setting at 2,391, and the governor's proposal was at 2,313. This just to kind of give you an idea of what, from this, I had to create our budget. So when you look at our budget for this year, exactly. It's an educated guess, and that's all it is. I did my best with our pupil count. I did my best with, what I thought we might end up with. Trying not to eliminate the huge ones like at-risk and the special ed categoricals and things like that, that I hope that they don't eliminate, because if they do, a lot of districts are going to be hurting. just trying to find an average between all three of them, like what might be a common landing point for the three of them. So our budget will change, definitely will change, as soon as I hear what's going on at the State Department.
Before you move on, can you touch on the 147C cap change?
So,
Because that's,
the Senate and the governor, they both proposed a cap change in the basic ORS rate. So that's the basis for all of the different groups in ORS. So it just depends on when you were hired in, what group you fall into, as far as what you're charged for ORS. So we have to track all of that stuff. But this is a reduction in that overall cap rate that they proposed. The House did not propose it. So just to kind of make apples to apples instead of apples to oranges, I subtracted it from the House, but I added it to the Senate and governor just to try and balance things out.
I was just going to mention, too, if you haven't seen Dave's letter to the House that you saw, actually, you probably sent it, a copy to other entities. It lays out a lot of this really, really very well. If you haven't seen it already, take a look. I was just going through True North Radio, I think, and you know, happened upon it. Yeah, it's, I think it was very well composed, very to the point, and we can only hope it knocks something loose and
Yeah.
yeah.
So the ones
their
that,
senses.
the things that benefit us as being a Northern Michigan district are, of course, the transportation. And then we get the isolated district. And the other thing is our CTE money that we get in. So downstate, most of the time, the ISDs run the CTE programs, and the districts bus their students to the ISD run program. So if you ever go by Bay Aranac ISD, down there they have a huge complex. Genesee ISD has a huge complex where the kids all go. Our ISD does not do that. And there are several school districts across the state that maintain a CTE program. The difference between a local school district running a CTE program and an ISD running a CTE program is that the ISD can levy a tax for it. The school districts cannot. So our CTE program is completely dependent upon these categoricals to run. The House proposal was removing all of the CTE funds. So it pools everything into one big pot, and we've got to try to maintain, but now we're back on zero ground with all the other districts. We're not getting the extra transportation money, even though we have a 600 square miles. We're not getting the extra CTE money that supports hundreds of kids in our district. We're not getting the isolated district, which helps us be able to send our people downstate to conferences and stuff, which costs us a lot more than the districts downstate do. So it's given to districts that are further away from the center of the state to, you know, kind of level the playing fields, basically, and that they're undoing all of that. And I find it very disheartening, but anyways, so that just kind of gives you an idea where they were at in June. I know there's been other talk, but they're not releasing any information whatsoever.
I have just a quick question. Obviously, you know, when the, where was it? The per pupil count current, obviously it's not, we haven't hit count day, but that's up, if I'm looking back at school enrollment from your newsletter, that up a little bit from last year, is that?
It is, but I do not know for sure if they've got all of the exits in there yet.
Okay.
So Dave might know that better than I do.
Yeah, we're just cleaning up. Students that haven't shown up but have not yet withdrawn, they still show up in our counts. So we're cleaning that up, and it sounds like we're pretty close to having that all cleaned up. And then, of course, count day is 2 short weeks away, 3 short weeks. We'll start to have an idea. We'll know for sure when they certify the numbers in November.
Okay.
Back at the last slide too, as Anna was saying about the per pupil, I feel like, they've said that this is going to be much higher, like the schools are going to get more money, but I feel like this is actually per pupil less than previous years, or no?
I don't think it'll actually end up being less. It's just the way that they shifted the money around a little bit. It's because we were promised a reduced ORS rate, and that's not really coming to fruition probably. And also you have to remember the 1.2 million that they gave us in lieu of an increase. So they're taking that away, so that reduces the overall increase that they are saying. Okay. So our total employee cost for 24-25 is represented here. So we spent $37.7 million on employees. So probably 78% of our budget goes towards wages, benefits, and all the other stuff you see listed there. Just to give you an idea.
And so when you've got a wage, what is it, 52, 54% on top of that is everything we see here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So $1 is $1.54 for the district. $1 to the employee is $1.54 to the district.
So these are just some cost examples. So a new teacher coming in, brand new out of college, a bachelor's degree, single, we're going to spend $65,000 employing them. A senior teacher with an ESD is going, and a full family benefit, we're going to spend $139,000 employing them. A new custodian, single, coming in, right fresh, $56,000. A senior custodian with full family, been here for several years, $80,000. A new secretary, single, right on the first step, $52,000. A senior secretary at the very top step with a full family is $86,000. Just to give you an example of the cost. So when we talk employee wages, or employee costs, there's a whole lot more to it than just the wages. Because you have to take into consideration the district's portion of retirement that we have to pay, the district's portion of FICA that we have to pay on those wages. We have to pay workers' comp insurance. And then all of their negotiated life, LTD, health, prescription, HSA, deposits, dental, vision.
And you said what percent was employee costs?
It's
About,
I think we run about 78%.
how does that compare with other districts? Do you know?
We're right. They say 75 to 80%
Okay.
is right. So. So then now it's Michelle's turn.
All right, so with HR data, I just want to put some clarifiers out there. First of all, the one thing that I want to say is HR data changes every day, every minute, all day long. So it depends on when a report is pulled, what that data will show you, and when all the information is put in. For example, if we put a new hire in on Monday and I pull the report on Monday, that report is up to date and accurate. However, they may have held it for some reason and not entered it till Wednesday. It's not going to be 100%. So I just want to throw that out there for informational purposes for you guys, because anything that's pulled as of a point in time, I'm going to have that dated on here so you have the date that information was pulled. Some of that's going to be relevant as we're going through. The other thing is HR has had no real data in the past. And so we had to go back and try to recreate some data. So when it's just a generic spread, it's the best data that I could get. So the one thing I want to explain is, for example, Matt has moved through multiple different positions in his tenure here with the district. There is no way for me to know unless I physically pull his employee file when he moved on those dates. So I have to go by today's date and then try to recreate the back data. So does that make sense to everybody when I'm talking about data? It's easier when you do HR data, when you say, here's the point in time and we're moving forward, and then next year I can take that data from looking back and we start to gather that data as we move forward in years and we have the back data that was pulled as per a date. So but as I'm going through, I just want to make sure that everybody's understanding what I'm talking about when I go through a few of these things, okay? So the data that is pulled by fiscal year, which is also July 1st, not school year. So when we go through this, it's also going to be relevant to know that piece of information as well. So the first thing we're going to go over is our staff count. As of August 31st, we had 532 employees. So we have 209 teachers, and then as you go down through, our next biggest group is instructional assistants at 107. So there's 23 administrators, some administrative support, and then bus drivers and custodial would be your next two largest groups.
Well, actually, this might be more of a Dave question. Because I was on that Michigan School Data website where you can look at all different numbers of everything. And on there, I was just looking at it, like administration, it shows, I believe it's 2015, 2016, there was like 18 administrators. And then if you pull up like last year, there's 32. Why such a large increase in administration when our student numbers are going down?
Well, that would be pulled from REP, right, the registry. Could have to do with codings that have changed for the different positions. Could have to do with new positions defined by the district or the state, I guess. It wouldn't necessarily be, those are all new people, new positions. They would be new positions, just described differently. It could be a change there. So our administrative rank has not exploded to that degree. It's probably more tied to how they code certain job responsibilities.
Yep.
Cover if you or anybody that, like at Will, we didn't have at Will, you were just teachers.
Correct.
So everybody fell into that shell.
So I think, Monica, that goes to your next page, which is definitions. So this is how I have defined them in this report. Because I do think that it makes a difference in how you define things, so I wanted to make sure you guys knew how I was defining them in this report. So administrative support was anyone that was a supervisor, IT, accounting, or an HR generalist, where administrators were principals and directors. Those may have been merged or a different combination of those in whatever you were looking at. Instructional assistants, they could include the GSRP parapros, the CTE parapros, the lunchroom supervisors, and be just instructional assistants, depending upon how the report was pulled. And going forward, you'll see that as well. And then at will is defined as the grant positions, the dispatcher mechanics, HR specialists, pupil accounting, RNs, instructional coaches, and then hourly is any miscellaneous student positions, any retirees in various roles. We do have some other stuff there I'll explain as we're going forward. So this is how I have defined those particular people. Okay? Any questions on that? Okay. The next thing I wanted to go over is the total number of staff that we have entered into the system. So this could be people that came in at one point in time, they left that same year, they have stayed, they have moved back and forth, maybe we hired them for a special project, maybe they were a student, all kinds of different people entered through the system. So in 2020 to 21, there were 553 staff entered. In 21-22, we had 664 staff entered. In 22-23, there were 648. In 23-24, we did a drop down to 571, which, looking at the data, I view as an anomaly. So I don't know if that's a data issue or if we switched gears at some point and maybe we did more will sub. I'm not really sure, and at this point, it's back data, so I would be guessing. I'm just leaving that as an anomaly. And then in 24-25, we had 651 staff, and to start the year this year, we had 589. So when we look at this data next year, the 2025 to present is obviously going to be higher than 589 because we have to add more people throughout the year, and we're just at the beginning of the year. So when you look at just transactions alone, we process a lot of people for transactions for various reasons. They could be coaches. There's all kinds of various things happening in the system. So it's not just an employee count where we had 500 employees. We actually process a lot more activity than that. Open positions as of September 10th of '25, we had 3 relief drivers, we had 3 custodians, 5 food service, 27 instructional assistants, 2 teachers, and 6 special ed teachers. So we have quite a few openings, and I'll go into some of this a little bit more. We did do some job fairs, so we've done 2 job fairs, and those are on future slides. You guys have asked the question on how many IAs we have that are highly qualified versus high school diploma. So as of September 10th, we have 109 IA staff. 33 are high school diploma level, 64 are highly qualified, which means they've passed a test or they have 60 college credits. There are 3 paraprofessionals in GSRP, there was 4 security, and there was 5 in the CTE paraprofessionals program. Again, this is one that we will pull again as of September 10th in 2026, and then we can start to see whether we're increasing or decreasing or what that looks like. Leave of absences were pulled as of September 10th as well. We have 25 leave of absence requests already this year that have been approved. 9 are family medical leave and 16 are non-family medical leave. Basically, the difference is they've been here 1 year, met the working hours requirements and stuff. We do allow non-FMLA to be treated as family medical leave, so there's no difference in our minds for that. They still get the same 12 weeks just like everyone else does, even regardless of whether they're non or family medical leave or non. I did want to point out, though, that out of these 25 requests, 15 of those requests are for instructional assistants, and 5 of those are for teachers. So in reference, if you go back, we have 27 IA openings, and now we're going to add in 15 IAs on leave of absences. We now have 42 openings, if you are understanding what I'm saying here. So it's not just a simple fact of we have openings, it's that how many people are going on leave. We process probably 125 leave of absences a year. Again, because data hasn't been kept, it's really hard to go through Excel spreadsheets and data documents and stuff. So I wasn't able to dig back and give you guys a really good picture of this, and without doing a really good deep dive, I didn't feel comfortable providing that information. But just as a ballpark number, know that we're over 100 leave of absences, closer to 125 per year, okay? Mentor-mentees. This is something that we worked really hard on this year. Matt helped us with this. Between the 2 of teams, curriculum and HR, we were able to reduce the number of people that were needing a mentor and mentee. So all teachers, as a state requirement, are required to have a mentor for 3 years. In 24-25, we had 95 teachers that were required to have a mentor. And this includes anyone that's in a program, a substitute teacher covering a classroom long-term, and any new staff hired that was throughout the year. This year, so far, as of August 18th, we have 62. So we've cut that number down quite a bit, which means we're getting a little bit of tenure with our teaching staff. 13 of those teachers that were hired this year are not certified teachers. So they're going to be permitted, and they're in a teaching program or some sort of program that is going to get them a future teaching certificate. Maybe they haven't passed their test yet, something like that. 49 of those are new teachers that are certified. So this means that 30% of our teachers need mentors. This is going to be relevant to the information that Stacy's going to present with curriculum stuff. Okay, so if 30% of your teachers are within the first 3 years, that's critical to your learning process.
The teachers that are not certified, are they given a full class? Or, okay, so that's their class, and then they're working on their certification?
Yep, there's
Okay.
multiple programs that they're working through. Yep. So with that, it was a great transition, thank you. We had 50 teacher sub-permits last year, and so far this year, we only have 26. So that's a good decrease as well. We didn't need as many sub-permits in the process, which meant that we had more certified teachers. They were teaching the roles that they should have been teaching, and we are doing a better job hiring, and those people are passing those programs that they were in. Raises this year, you guys have a handout in the back of this. It was way too much to put on a spreadsheet. So there is a variable that goes through all of this. I tried to put it into graphs, and then it just became too much, because some unions negotiated a percentage raise. Some people negotiated a flat set raise. Some of them had stipends that were issued in addition to either a percentage or a flat increase. So a future increase may have been a lump sum, it may have been a set dollar amount, it could have been all kinds of different things. So it was very difficult to put that into a spreadsheet and terminology and stuff. So what we've done is just given you a sheet for every single person that's given the history since 2020 on what they have gotten. So if it was a flat % raise, they've got it on there, and then you've also got the most current pay scale on there as well. One of the things I want the board to be aware of, though, is that every contract has different provisions. So when somebody might get a 25% raise or a dollar increase for a flat rate or something like that, it means that in negotiations, something else has happened. So they may have gotten a change in a benefit. They may have gotten holiday pay. They may have gotten other things of a financial accountability number that would change how much they got in a percentage or a raise amount. The other thing that I will say is that just because somebody gets a flat dollar amount, it might have been because we were trying to get them up into a raise that was higher, more towards the market. And if you just gave somebody a 2 or 3% raise, that wasn't going to do it because of the wages. So there's a lot of different reasons in there on why things have happened and why things were negotiated the way they were negotiated. Okay. Do you guys want me to go through that handout at all, or is that something you guys want to go through and just look at it later? Okay. All right. I think everybody's getting tired. All right, our next thing is our sub-usage. This was something that I think really needed to be made, people need to be made aware of. So in 2020, 21, obviously we were in a COVID year. That is the least amount of subs that we've ever had to use. That's perfectly understandable. We had 27% sub usage not covered. Then we jumped up to 21, 22 in the red. 28% was not covered. Then we jumped up to 22, 23, and 23, 24. We were in the 40% not covered. And 24, 25, we were at 28% not covered. So we need to look at our subbing, and that'll be one of our recommendations that we do later on. So if you have 10,000 subbing positions and we only picked up 7,300 of those, we still have 2,900, almost 2,800 positions that were not picked up for subbing. Broke those down a little bit further for you. So detailed sub usage head count, we had 110 teachers in the 24-25 sub data that we actually had as a head count. So there was 110 teachers available to pick up subbing positions, 34 IAs, 7 food service, 4 custodians, and 14 secretaries. And even with that number, we were still not able to cover all of our subbing needs. Okay, 12 are full-time teachers, and then 9 permanent floating subs. Those do go in there, but those are basically people that sit in there at all times. The full-time teachers are constantly in a position, they're just not hired through APS. And then the 9 permanent floating subs literally sit in a building waiting for someone to call in and are assigned to someone right there. They're come to the building every single day. Okay? Any questions? Okay. All right. Average tenure in years. I want to bring this to your attention. If you go down through here, this is a really hard slide to read. It's really small, I know. So I'm just going to move forward to our tenure in years graph, which is the exact same data, but it's a little bit easier to see and read. For the most part, our tenure has moved from 2021 to 22 from about 18 years as our highest all the way down, and we just continue to downslide. So if teachers, for example, in 21 had 16 years of average tenure, now we're down to 10. Our grand total, if you were to merge all of these together, is we were at 13 in 2021, and now we're down to 8. Another key one in here is secretaries. We were at 16, and now we're down to 6 years of tenure. So we are losing people as we go through this. So, of course, you know, I'm going to do a deeper dive into that here in a second. So of course we want to look at our hiring stats. So based upon what I could gather, and this again was one that we had to kind of create other than the 25, 26 information, we started out hiring only 43 people. And again, that was a COVID year, so it's kind of a unknown year. But we had a lot of resignations that year. As we go down through 21, 22, and 23 years, we did hire over 100 people, but we also lost over 100 people. And then in 24, 25, we only hired 87 staff, but we lost 110. So I know that when I started here in September, we were behind. We had a lot of openings when I first started, so for some reason, I don't know what happened, but I don't know what happened because I wasn't here, but we started gaining momentum, but I think we had lost a lot of resignations. This is also dated July 1st data. So I think we had a lot of people retiring during that point in time as well. So maybe those weren't captured well or something. But as of today's date, I can tell you the 25-26 numbers, we have hired 44 staff as of July 1st, and we have had 13 resignations. Those 13 resignations, I think we have 11 of them that were retirees that you guys all saw from the board meetings. So the positive news is that overall during this time, we're still up 23 positions, but we still have a lot of ground to cover because we still have a lot of openings, and we're not making progress in the hiring process. So for the 24-25 stats for turnover, we are estimating that would look like 24%. We had 21 resignations with 1 year or less tenure, 25 IAs, 10 of those were hired, 10 of those resigned, 13 food service resigned, and the positive news is we're looking like we're making progress on teachers being hired with only 1 resignation. So these numbers don't match up. I just picked a couple of them to kind of point out. I think IAs, we probably need to do a little bit more work on getting them onboarded because they're not sticking around once they're hired. Teachers, it looks like they are starting to stick around, so that's a positive thing. Food service was our next one that kind of stuck out that we probably need to do a little work with. This is one that we're going to track going forward. So this is on our list of things to look at. Where are we losing people and why? I'm not sure what you guys are, how familiar everyone is with the retirement system, so I wanted to educate everyone on the retirement, and then we're going to talk a little bit about that. So anyone in the district can retire with 30 years of service, and I'm just going to say that I'm using that as an assumption because if you purchase the right plan at the right point in time, there's a lot of people right now that are retiring and they're 45, 50 years old because they worked in the school system and that was the pension that was available at that point in time. So the assumption at this point is that anyone in the district can retire with 30 years of service. Anyone that purchased years of service can retire with 25 years of service. And service is defined as any years that you are employed in any school district in Michigan. So you may have worked for a district for 10 years, moved to another district for 10 years, and then moved to our district for 5. That is where we're going to have a little bit of a gap because we show 5-year tenure where they technically have 25 years of service in the school system and the pension program. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. So moving forward, I pulled the ages of everyone. We have 59 staff under the age of 30, 94 between 30 and 40, and then we have 127 between 40 and 50. Here's where it gets scary. We have 126 between 50 and 60, and 84 over the age of 60. So when you add together, we have over 200 staff that are over age 50. That's not a good number when you can retire with 30 years of service, right? And I did pull out active retirees and a few other things just because they're going to be a little bit irrelevant in that count. But 200 people that we could potentially lose is a big number out of 500. Retirement eligibility, then I broke it down a little bit further into what we have moving forward. So if you look at 21-22, we had 39 teachers. And then in 23-24, we had 48 teachers that were eligible for retire, and then we dropped down to 34 again. So I think we had some people in here that definitely took advantage of the retirement system. As you can see, people are starting to retire. That's one of the things I wanted to point out. People are using this as a benefit. They're using their benefits and retiring. And then they're either leaving the school system or they're coming back. We have several staff that are active retirees. Oh, this is just my grid on that really quick so you guys can see it visually a little bit better than that. Teachers obviously spike up. Instructional assistants are our next ones who have a lot of years of service in comparison to others and eligible to retire. But retirees currently working for APS, there are 35 of them. 15 work on grants and administrative tasks, 7 are in subbing in various capacities, 10 are teachers, 2 are secretaries, and 1 is a parapro. So when we're looking at these numbers, you're starting to go in here with 10 teachers that are active retirees. We've got a group of 200 that are probably in either a second career or started later in their career as a retirement active age. And then we've got, what is it? Anyways, going backwards, we have several staff that are going to be retiring and possibly not coming back or coming back as a retiree. Once you come back as a retiree, you can leave at any point in time because you've already retired once. So I just want to bring that to everyone's attention because I think that is where our actual staffing losses are starting to come from, is all of this just retiree happening. So potential areas to watch, we have 154 staff that are at the top of the pay scale that are not active retirees. 28 are age 50 with less than 10 years with the district. 17 of those are teachers. So do you guys see the teacher problem right now? Really big issue. We have 3 administrators that are in that group as well. So these are people that maybe they work somewhere else. I'll use myself as an example on that. If I was 50 years old and I had less than 10 years with the district because I've only been here 1 year, I would be considered one of those administrators. Okay? So I started here new. Whether or not I stay for the pension of 10 years or select a different pension option, there's a whole bunch of different variable factors there, but it is important to look at these to see what our next round of people are going to be that potentially could be retiring. Any questions on all of that? Go ahead.
Actually, just circling back really quickly to a question I had about the turnover.
Yeah.
24%, how do you think that compares to other sorts of organizations, other,
Organizational wise?
Well, just
or his school district wise?
not other school districts, but other kinds of businesses, I guess.
Other kinds of businesses, you're running towards the high side.
Yeah.
In a school district, though, with this many eligible retirees, I think we're all in that same category, and that's why we're having a teacher shortage.
Right.
So-
Yeah, the national trends.
Yeah.
Yeah, good, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I was just comparing it to mental health, and it's a very comparable number.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I think mental health, it might even be higher.
Mental health would be another one that would be a
Yeah.
high. Yeah.
No, I do know, though, that in the mental health, we count people who move from one position to another, so.
I did not.
And you do not, but you
No.
do, so that's real people
That's real people that
actually,
left. Mhm.
yeah, actually going, yeah. So that is, yeah, I think the mental health number, I want to say it maybe even around 30%, so
Mm-hmm.
higher, but again, counting those people who are just moving inside the organization isn't as much. Okay, I just kind of wanted to
Yep.
clear that up in my mind, thank you.
Yeah. So actually, if you go back to this, I did calculate it out. There's 61 potential retirees that could leave at any point of time for teachers. So, and you have 200 teachers. 30% are new. So, exit interviews. You guys have asked a lot about exit interviews. So we had 58 staff complete the exit interviews for 21, 24, 23, 24, and through September 11th of 25. I did not bring you guys very detailed information on this with commentary because it would be very easy to pick out some of them, especially if we had one custodian or something like that that actually completed the exit interview. Obviously, we had more resign and retire, and some of them completed this information then, but it would be some of the comments were very pointed and specific, and you could definitely tell who they were. So I did not bring the commentary forward. The average tenure at the time of the exit interview was 9.88 years of service, so we had a good mixture there. 55 out of the 58 liked their job most, were all centered around students and the staff. So that was the reason why people are here, is because of the students and the staff, their coworkers. They least liked their jobs were the top 3 things. 15 rated them as pay, 10 rated them as job duties, being kid-related comments. So maybe they didn't like the classrooms they were in, the kids' grade level they were in, and just some of the different job duties that maybe they were assigned. And then 7 was communication, and then other areas were really minimal, but they were either listed as none, a coworker issue, a personal issue, or a job expectation. So I broke these further down into a little bit more detail for you guys. And each of these are a different category that already had a numerical value to them. There's only one category, and that's advancement opportunities, that any of the groups, when calculated together, rated less than a 3. So this is positive information that people are actually, in regards to treated fairly, job recognition, communication, those types of things, even though they may comment on those, there's not rating them lower than a 3, and advancement opportunities is the lowest rated item. So basically, there's only so many positions in a school you can move up to that would make sense. And then there's degrees required and that kind of stuff as well. When you break it down by compensation, I then broke out the difference between the salary, the health insurance, dental vision, paid time off, and retirement into the 23, 24, and 25 school year average. So what we have so far is pay is low in the areas that barely is above a 2, 2.5. It does not even hit a 3. 3 would be a good number because that's 5 is the top of the scale. But for other benefits, we're at 3 for the most part in a positive direction. So that would be the only negative that we have seen on the exit interviews. When I broke it down by group, just so you had a different view of things, overall ratings by group, the lowest rated group was in the 3 years was the 3.1, which is instructional assistants. Again, 3 is still a pretty good number out of 5. And then the highest was secretaries at a 4. The benefits only, so if you're only looking at those benefits pieces only, it's instructional assistants rated at a 2.2, and the highest was the teachers at 3.7. Teamwork and communication and training, if I only pulled out those sectors, it was instructional assistants rated at a 3.5, and that was our lowest group, and the highest group was a 4.1 with secretaries. So really, even with our lowest groupings on here for these different categories, the only one that is below a 3 is instructional assistants with the benefits, which we saw in the other slide. So any questions on the data piece of things before I go into the next section? All right, so I want to talk a little bit about the accomplishments that the HR department has had, and I just wanted to remind everybody that the HR department has been 8 months with short-staffed. So while we talk through different things, I also want to point out that there are several other people in administration that between the food service curriculum office, the principals, IT, maintenance, transportation, and HR, we're all fairly new to our roles. So some of us have been here just over a year, while others have been here barely 2 years in those roles. So we have a young administrative team, which I think is good because we've all learned to work together the last year. But in the HR department, 8 months of my tenure was spent working with one staff down. When Maddie joined the team in May, we started to get things moving forward. But by that point in time, UKG, the software system you guys had purchased, was already implemented. Maddie basically checked the data. So between Raylan and Christy and I, we managed to implement phase 1 of the UKG software system. And for those of you that don't know what UKG is, it's an HR software system that you actually put people in, and then it will do our onboarding for us. So it's no longer paper onboarding. That we went live with in July. So all of these new hires in July now are doing paperless onboarding. We've only had a couple of issues with those. So it's working, and it's working very well. We started recruiting, which is phase 2. We are partway through that right now, and we are working on building the stuff behind the scenes. We've already got all the offer letters standardized. The next step in this process is going to be actually building the job descriptions, and then we already have the test website out there. So once we get those job postings and job descriptions ready, then we can actually start to go live on it. Our estimation with that is November of 25. We will then switch over into the recruiting portion of UKG as well. So if you're not familiar with our old system for recruiting, you have, I will just say that the application process is very outdated and very lengthy. With UKG, you can literally upload your resume and hit a button, and it will fill everything in for you. And then it takes that information and moves it over into your employee file. So it's going to fully automate that whole process, and Mary's team is going to get to work with us shortly on automating how HR gets the payroll information over to them. So that is putting it on record, Mary. I know. So we will start to be refining this whole next year how we work together in those departments and eliminate some paper if at all possible. We also started, per the strategic plan, the Wildcat Roar newsletter. You guys should have seen that come out in August and September. So that will come out the first of the month, every month, going from here on forward. We've also changed our recruiting and onboarding methods. So we did a new teacher orientation implementation. It was a 2-day event co-hosted with the curriculum department. We have had fabulous feedback from that because the teachers actually got to bond together and we're checking in with them. And all of the 20-plus teachers that we had hired, most of them are starting to hang out together and becoming friends and starting to socialize. So that was our whole goal in doing that, is welcoming them to APS, welcoming them to the area, getting them to know somebody in the district that was going to be a friend so that they had somebody to talk with and hang out with. We did host some job fairs this year. In July, we had 8 attendees. 6 of those we hired. We just had one in September. We had 10 attendees, and we anticipate that we will hire 7 of them. We're still working through the process. Last year, we also attended job fairs at Saginaw Valley and Northern Michigan. We got a lot of our recruits from Northern Michigan this last year. And we will be going up there in the fall because we still have 2 open teacher positions. So we're going to hope to pull teachers this fall from those graduate classes and then have new teachers start in the second semester of this year. We also worked through negotiating 4 contracts. 2 of the contracts were in mediation at the time I started, ESP1 and ESP2. And then 207 and 211, we just got closed out this summer before the July 1st deadline. Reviewing procedures for unpaid time and volunteering, that's been 2 of the top projects. The volunteering process, we have made it all electronic now. Just so you guys know, we process over 1,100 volunteer background checks every year. And that comes through the HR process, and we have to make a determination on whether or not they are approved or denied for every single event that takes place. So those are our accomplishments. Go ahead.
I emailed you, Michelle, a couple weeks ago.
About the contracts?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I went on our website and I couldn't find the updated one.
Yep, they're
So
old.
it's still not signed, correct?
They are in draft format at this point.
Okay.
So there's a difference in your terminology that you're using. So they have a signed contract. They have a TA'd signed contract to work from.
Okay.
What they don't have is all of that put into a document that is new and updated.
Okay, so it's signed, completed,
They,
done. You're
the
just putting draft-
negotiations is done. You're basically working through all the language that goes into the contract.
Okay.
So any attachment that needs to get done.
So
They receive their raises, everything.
benefits that was negotiated,
Mhm.
added to the contracts, they've received those as of the date that all the parties signed the agreement.
Michelle, will you, after our conversation in August, would you fill Monica in on that with where the contract or why that's not all finalized? 'Cause I think
Sure,
that was-
I'm happy to share that, yeah. So where we're at with the different contracts, 207 and 211, I have not started those yet. Those are minor changes. ESP1 and ESP2, I met with Deb Larson, I want to say the middle of July-ish, and her and I worked through it just so that we could, and Deb is the representative. Her and I worked through it. We found that there was a couple spots that we still needed to refine and go through the attorney and double check, because again, I wasn't in negotiations that whole time. So there was some question there on what was really negotiated and what was approved. So nothing major, nothing that we didn't agree upon already. It was kind of an and or an or versus a them and a they, type conversation. And there was also a couple of attachments that we needed to find and locate that was already previously negotiated before I started. So Deb was tracking some of those down. I will say that Deb's mom passed away in the middle of all of this, so she has not been readily available either. And then in August, I started transitioning over into hiring. So it just got put on the back burner at this point, but again, it's not that they don't have the language or the contract information, because it's all set in TAs that they automatically have. So, yep. Any other questions on that? Okay. All right, so our 25-26 goals. We need to focus on new hire onboarding. One of the things that I think that we need to do is one, for any staff that comes in, they need to come in and spend half a day with HR and go through their benefits. They need to go through Red Rover. They need to go through how to put time in. They need to go through just what our protocols and processes are. Because at this point, they're starting and we're just shipping them out there. We've proven that by spending time with the teachers for those couple of days, they all feel comfortable. They like the district. They're becoming comfortable with everything that they are doing and know who to go to. And right now, we're not doing that with the other groups. So we need to change our focus a little bit and spend a little bit more time with them instead of just saying, hey, you're going to report to such and such building. You're hired today, start tomorrow type conversations. What that looks like, we still need to refine that a little bit. Continue the job fairs. We still need to go to the colleges, and we're going to have more retirees next year with teachers, so we need to start recruiting for those teachers potentially. And then we also have a couple openings now. We also need to host the job fairs here so that we can keep getting more candidates here for the various openings that we have. One of the things that I could not track at all is our track time to hire. So our goal is always 30 days for when there's a non-degreed position and 60 days when there's a degreed position. It's just kind of a standard average for the industry. And we need to know whether or not we're hitting those targets. And if we're not hitting those targets, what do we need to do differently? And then work from there. Tracking the turnover rate is something that was really hard to dig up data on, so we need to start looking at that and so that we can have that for future references. And then we also need to review substitute pay because this relates to the next one as well. The minimum wage is going up, and with the number of subs that we're using and the number of unfilled rates, we need to really look at what those rates are. For some of our substitutes right now, the pay scale is still $12, $13 an hour. So that's something that we need to work with Mary on, but again, we need to know what our budget is before we can start looking at any of those pieces of information. Minimum wage is going to go up, and at some point, probably in the next 3 years, we're going to be pushing up against union contracts and what that minimum wage is going to look like. So just a future thing to plan for. And then continue refining the UKG efficiency process, and then strategic plan and Raymond initiatives that we've already started. Any questions? Okay. Stacy?
Nope, not, it's not Stacy, it's me.
Oh, it's you, okay.
Thank you very much. Sorry. Thank you very much.
You do this. Yeah.
I think it was because it said instructional, curriculum and instruction, but it's all me. I think I'm good. All right. Mark my time here. I'm calling this From Insight to Impact, setting our strategic academic goals for 25 to 30. And it's a planning session with the Board of Education. So we're going to be reviewing our progress, tied specifically to state assessment data. I'm going to do a little bit of grounding in the work, much like we've heard. What is our financial situation? What is our HR situation? Just a couple of key points that help frame when we look at data, understandings, and then really to address some misinformation that's, or misperceptions that are out in the district, that our staff is feeling. So just to kind of ground us in some agreements here. Talking about the state accountability system and looking at our state data today, local data will be in October, and then a review of the assessment data, proficiency and growth. And then I am proposing that after this presentation, the board would submit any questions, requests for further follow-up data or anything like that by October 1st. That gives us the retreat, the workshop to review our ongoing testing right now with NWEA and Renaissance, but also follow up on all the state data that we're going to talk about now. And then by the end of October, the board should be in a good position to determine their 3 to 5 year goals. And then along those lines of that graduate profile of a graduate and what does achievement mean, because what I'm talking about here is simply one data point. It is a test. I don't believe that's how we define student outcomes, student success, in other words. So there's a lot more work to come in deciding what we mean, the board means, the district means by student achievement, student outcomes, those sorts of things. So I just want to start, again, kind of grounding what we're talking about. Our economically disadvantaged population has been growing at minimum since 2007. It was, ooh, that's not going to work. We're looking at, in 2007, it was just over 40%. In 2025, we're just over 61%. So looking at those two combined, obviously as the percent of economically disadvantaged increases, the percentage of our students that are not economically disadvantaged decreases. So why does that matter? Does it mean that if you're one or the other categories that you're destined to this, that, or the other thing? Nope. But what it does mean is when we look at our economically disadvantaged versus our not economically disadvantaged student results, there is a difference. It's a strong predictor of student performance. So what you're looking at here is, and by the way, let me just go back, and I'm going to share this with the board. And so you'll see down in the note sections, you'll be able to click into any of these and it'll take you right to my school data or any of the other charts. I've printed up some of the PDFs so you can look at all of the data that's behind this and everything. So I'll be giving you that. So when we look at our performance, all students, you'll see our proficiencies essentially hover around that 40%. When you break it down, you see that our proficiencies in economically disadvantaged are on the lower side of 40%, significantly in some cases. And then our not economically disadvantaged students fall, many of these are up near that 60%. So again, it's a strong predictor of performance on these standardized tests. This is MSTEP, PSAT, SAT data. These numbers, too, are combining every test that's given at third grade, every test that's a fourth grade, and so on. So, as you may remember, too, there's an interesting thing going on in Alpena Public Schools. For the 24-25, well, this is from 23 back to 2015-16, our economically disadvantaged students actually outperform the average across the state for economically disadvantaged students. So this is the state average, and up here is ours. But remember, we're talking 21% proficient here. So while we are performing better in this area as compared to the state average, this is the view of our not economically disadvantaged, and it's the opposite. Higher proficiencies, but we are below the state average, which is this top line here. So, not making excuses for anything, but this is, again, just the reality of our district. Our economically disadvantaged student population is growing and has been for many years, and there's a strong prediction of performance on this test. Again, going back to why we want to agree that student achievement and outcomes are more than just one test number, which gets that graduate profile. There's a narrative out in the community that people are fleeing Alpena Public Schools. So what this is the school of choice within AMA. So Alcona and Montmorency, Presque Isle, students that choose through the school of choice to come from Atlanta, Hillman, and Alcona outpaces the students that choose to enroll elsewhere.
Quick question, Dave.
Yeah.
This with the number of non-residents, does that count like the CTE then? Are those counted in this number?
So
that are there for 2 hours?
So that'll be counted differently. School of choice is 105, 105C. They're actually choosing to enroll full-time coming from outside. So we get a partial FTE, and there's a different coding process. Where'd Mary go? There's a different coding process for CTE. So in addition to these numbers are our CTE students.
So would this be partnership then too?
It could be, absolutely, and we'll talk a little bit about that in the next couple of slides here. Because some of them are, I believe, virtual students as well, which would have a different coding. Now, this is interesting because outside of AMA, Posen is responsible for this number. The number of students that are choosing to attend a district outside of Alpena, Montmorency, and Alcona counties is exceeding the number of students that come in from outside of AMA. But this is mostly Posen schools. And if you look, I don't know, I am assuming though, I live 7 miles from Posen High School, or 17 miles from Alpena High School. I'm still in Alpena County. So if transportation was an issue, or I wanted something different, it would be much easier for me to get to Posen High School than it would be to get to Alpena School. There's a Sheboygan in here, a couple of students and other things, but this one is if they are leaving AMA through school of choice, more students do that than come in from a contiguous county. This is a view primarily of our family partnership, but not completely. So our family partnership so green is a student coming into Alpena and red is a student going out. So most of these reds here, probably all of them are virtual schools that were, a student lives in Alpena, but they're going to Great Lakes Academy or, one of the online schools that's available. And for some reason, it's coded in Menominee, Michigan, or maybe that's their residency. But when they're coming in, other than this clump here, where they're coming from Alcona and Montmorency, these are most likely our family partnership students. And again, this is looking at 24, so the last count information. And then you can click on this. It goes into a whole bunch of different pupil accounting categories. And you can click on that, and it's interactive and all that sort of thing. But the idea is, again, there are a lot of people choosing to come to Alpena Public Schools. There are some people also choosing to go to outside of AMA. And then statewide, there's a number of students that are choosing to be a part of Alpena Public Schools. Any questions on school of choice and that sort of information?
But most of that would represent the partnership program then, right? I mean,
This
obviously
chart,
from Marquette.
Not necessarily this. So we do have quite a few, students that come from Hillman to go to the high school or Besser or wherever. The other thing we talked about, perception data in the board evaluation. So we do quite a bit. Raymond is a big piece of perception. This is our parent perception. We have 15 to 20 questions that we administer each year at parent-teacher conferences, and I just picked 2. I would recommend this school to other families. And this is an answer distribution, and you can see that the majority of these respondents from years 23, 24, and 25 at all the different schools strongly agree that they would recommend the school to other families. There is some disagreements in larger sections of neutral, but there's several hundred responses from parents, guardians, grandparents, whoever comes to parent-teacher conferences and fills out this information. The other piece here too is overall the school has a good public image. Again, pretty strong and consistent data being received from our parents here.
Yeah, Thunder Bay on the last 2 slides were.
Yeah. Yep. When we look at the strongly disagree, neutral, definitely it's an outlier there.
Did you say that this slideshow was on your board update as well?
It will be.
Okay.
Yep. So I plan to put this on the website too, so that people can access it. So yes, you'll be able to click in and do this.
But
And
also-
we have a lot more, again, it's about 15 questions I think we ask, maybe more. I just chose these, talking about our public image.
Okay. No, you go first.
I'm curious why, back in '23, 50% of the people wouldn't recommend Thunder Bay? That's,
Yep.
When we were looking.
Well, that's not true. You know, this portion is neutral.
It's orange.
It's neutral. It's neutral.
But also, when we were looking at the test results, the Thunder Bay had the lowest scores out of any of the other ones. Out of the other schools, I mean, as opposed to the high school and all the elementary schools.
Yeah, we'll go into that in greater detail because they actually have, with this current round of data, some of the strongest data as well in certain areas.
In '23, was that the year that we had the corrective action on Thunder Bay?
So, yeah, we've had it twice. We had it possibly 23, not 24, and then 20. I think it's probably back a year. But that corrective action, it's actually targeted. We'll talk about it a little bit later on one of the slides. So,
Can you add the other questions in too when you post the slideshow?
yes, yeah, absolutely, I can. There's a whole system where we can go through. It's Munetrics, but I can throw in the whole. It's just not very user-friendly on a screen. Okay, so state accountability. Again, these are links to the documents that everyone will have. I'm gonna, our Michigan accountability system for public schools consists of two pieces, this dashboard and this school index system. This school index system you've seen before. We talk about this annually. It is this very complex system of trying to let parents and community members know how their schools are doing. These are all the factors that the state measures us on, and this is the percentage, the weighting of all of these different components that lead to our index report. And so they're typically released in November, December. Our local media loves to cover it when it comes out, just like they love to cover the proficiency data. So we'll be seeing more. Our 25 one is not out yet, but it will be coming out, again, November, December. We're never quite sure. This is what it looks like. And you've probably seen this, I know you've seen this before because we've shown these from the year. So you get these dashboard views. I'm not going to go into all of this tonight. I want to focus on the growth and the proficiency numbers. But just to kind of go through. The state of Michigan for growth, and that's how a student performed from one year to the next, they assign a growth target and then we get a calculation which is fairly informative. It tells us how our students are performing from year to year compared to other students that performed like them at that same point on a previous administration. So our targets, if you remember, and I think I've got the history in here, No Child Left Behind had a target of 100% proficient, 100% everything. That went away, I believe, in 2013 when they realized it's pretty high bar to say that every student at every grade level in every content area across the nation is going to be proficient on a test. So they recalculated, Michigan did, again, many years ago, so that our target for growth is 57.05% in ELA, and our target is 35.8 in math. Proficiency, same thing. They've come up with a target of 56.31 and 43.94 for ELA and math similarly. So again, this is what it looks like. And then in each of these, if you click on it, it takes you to something that looks like this. So on that example, 82%, you click on this, and then it breaks it down. Here are those targets that we mentioned before, and it says here's your combined 84% of all subject growth target, And then they do some magical calculations in here, and they come up with this 82.57 for the overall, the combined. So we can see that a little bit closer here. So all students in both ELA and math, 78% hit their target in ELA, 91% hit the target in math. It gives you an average of 84.9. And then based on all the different weightings and everything, you get a growth index of 82.57.
And I see that this was for Besser. Could you do it for like the middle school then?
We're gonna,
Okay.
it's on a later, not this exact view, but you'll see the numbers. So again, just kind of going through this, it breaks it down into these subgroups. When we talk about the TSI, the targeted support, it comes down to these subgroups. And in some cases, if there's 31 students, you're thrown into that calculation. If there's 29 students, you're not. But that's for another day. And same thing, so just showing you, it breaks it down into those calculations that the state determines. So ultimately, you end up with this 82.57 out of 100. So now.
I'm sorry, Dave, can I go back to that?
Yep.
Keep going back another one. Another one. I'm sorry. Keep going back. To the where the state decided the proficiencies.
Those?
Yep, that's, so 35%, the state is looking for 35% of the kids to be proficient at grade level.
To meet the growth measure, yes.
To meet the growth measure, which
Yep.
is the figures you showed us,
Yeah.
the following slides.
Yes, so, you know, we hit 84% of that target, essentially, is how they view it.
Not 84%, but 84% of the target.
Yes.
So, okay.
Yeah. Yep.
So I wasn't the only one that was missing something.
Yep.
Like, how's that possible?
So we're probably at like what, 40?
We'll look at actual numbers on proficiency and growth in the later slides. So just kind of remember, the purpose of the system is to make it easy for parents to understand.
That's the best one you pulled yet.
Thank you. I'm here all night.
You're getting better.
There you go. But I just want to show you that there's a lot behind the scenes of that single number that makes it into the newspaper. And, you know, or the radio. I don't mean to single you out. So, and then it does it for proficiency as well. So this is an accumulation of all of ours, and you will have this, and I didn't want to print this up. I've got 172 slides to get through, so I didn't want to print it up first, but you will have this digitally, and then if you do want us to print anything up, we can do that as well. So this is not user-friendly on this screen, but I do want to just kind of draw your attention to some trends. And I'm going to attempt to do, it's a laser pointer. So overall index by school, we get a growth index. These are all of those that are on this view. So all of those categories, this is our multi-year view of that. And so, you know, it went from 63.6 in 1819. In 1920, there was no accountability system because there were no assessments and COVID. And so you'll see, you know, when you look at 1819, significant jump, 1819, significant jump. There's a lot of significant jumps. And then, you know, when we look at, and ACEs is really a unique, this system was not designed to measure alternative schools. So you'll see a lot of zeros and things like that. Oftentimes students don't, you know, they come in at a different point than your traditional student, they leave. That's by definition why they're alternative. But when we look here, you know, 1819 at the high school, pretty significant drop, and then it continues. That's this overall index, so it's based on all the weighting of everything else. You know, we do see graduation, 90.6 down to 84.96, and some other areas again, that we might want to look at as a board and use those as our focus areas for goals. But there's a lot too of, from 1819, and some of the schools saw drops. Imagine, we went from 1819, life is normal, 1920, it's COVID, and then people are recovering, we're trying to get back to things. So where you see these drops here, it seems to make sense, from that lens. But it's something to dig in further. And I didn't want to spend too much time digging into this. I want you to have this view so that you can see the differences in each building. Going to what Eric was talking about, the corrective action, it's actually a targeted support. These came down to our special ed subgroup in the junior high. I believe one of these years was we missed the participation rate. In other words, the number of students that should have taken the test, we missed it by less than 1 point. And because we didn't hit that, we were identified for targeted support. That is the least restrictive label that the state can put on. We define the plan, we implement the plan, and we determine when we are no longer in that plan. So you see, we received that designation, and then we got back out of it the next year, and then we went back in. When you're talking subgroups, we're talking 1 or 2 students or 3 that could make a difference in being identified this. And we can go through this whole system in much greater detail of how that works, but it all rolls back to these things. And if you have, a certain subgroup that didn't hit those areas, and there's a combination of things.
Hey, Dave?
Yeah.
Why is it the smaller schools, well, I guess I don't know how big Lincoln is, but like Sanborn, Hinks, Wilson, they all outperform Besser and Ella White by
In what regard? Which one you're looking at?
The overall index.
The overall?
Yep.
Well, so Besser's at 77, Lincoln's at 63, 93. The overall index is an accumulation and a formula of all of these different pieces, so it would be tied to growth, student proficiency. And then also this is that one, the school quality, which is access to multimedia or libraries, PE, art, some of those other factors that fit into it. So as far as why, that's sort of the work that we're engaged in, looking at our data, specific, assessment data and those sorts of things.
The school quality amongst those is all pretty similar. So I guess I'm gonna throw that one out of your figures. But amongst the elementary.
Yeah, and if we want to, if we want to, if you want to, as a board, use this as kind of like a guiding piece for your goals, and that we want to focus on this and improving these numbers. I can certainly provide you all of the detail, and we can work through that in the October meeting, to really dig in and see what the differences are there.
I'm just
tonight,
curious
I just
if there
want
was
to.
something that
Yeah.
you guys had already pulled and said,
Yeah.
the building size being smaller helped, or?
Yeah, yeah, and you'll see it in the data that's coming. So.
Okay, I'll be quiet.
So just a review of where we've been. As we talk about the data, you'll see some pretty big jumps in many of our data points. And so there was a realignment in 2016 of the My Access. So we won't be focusing on that too much, but when we do look at some all proficiencies, all combined, this would be in there. But this is straight off the state's website as well. So because of this, a new standard setting process was required in 2017. making trend data from before this time invalid for comparison. Yay. Again, making this easier for us. Assessment changes over time. The M step, which is where we'll spend much of our time tonight. In both 18 and 19, changes were made, making direct comparisons difficult or impossible. That is off the state's website. 28-18, M-STEP was shortened to take, and this is like reliving a traumatic experience for those of us that remember. 2017, we had students testing hours and hours and hours and hours. So then they shortened the test up so it wouldn't take more than 3 hours on average. That's why it makes it difficult to compare 18 to 17. PSAT 9 replaced the M-STEP in 19 in ELA and math for 8th grade. And since it's such a different style of test, scores from 2019 cannot be compared to earlier scores. Again, this is coming straight from the state. This is all proficiency. So they take math and ELA, it's combining those. So I just wanted you to see this. So this is 3rd grade from 22, 23, 24, and 25. So the all proficiency in this grade level is heading down. In 4th grade, it's heading down. In 5th grade, it's heading up. In 6th grade, it's heading up and then flat. In 7th grade, heading up. In 8th grade, a very large jump. In 11th grade, it's heading down. In the 8th grade PSAT, it's heading up. And in the SAT, it's down and flat. So again, it's taking all subjects that are tested on those particular tests in that grade level. And now for the fun part. And again, on these slides, I've linked right back to the My School Data page that you can, manipulate the graphs and try different things. So this is mathematics, and so it does go from M-STEP to PSAT included in there, and I've broken it down by grade level. Just a reminder that in 18-19, that was COVID. This is where I started too. There was no test in 1920, and then 2021, only 75% of the students in the state of Michigan took the assessment. So really, we started looking at what is reasonably valid data to start looking at 21, 22, 22, 23-ish. But, so this is percent proficient. So when you look at 3rd grade math, it had a little bump, and then it's probably down a little bit there. Again, you have the actual numbers on the chart. This is 4th grade math. You can see there's definitely an upward trend there. And I guess I do want to, we're at 40%. So while this is a positive trend upward, you're still sitting at 35, 40%. Those are those numbers that are, easy to grab onto. But when we look back, there's that upward trend. This is
of meeting the target.
This is straight proficiency.
Straight proficiency. Okay.
33%, or I'm sorry, 27% of 5th graders in 24-25 were proficient on the test.
In what was it the state recommended they want them at?
37.
Oh, now see, you made them go way
43.
back than I did there.
So because we're talking proficiency, we'll talk growth in a little bit, but 43%.
Okay, so we're not meeting the state target.
And that's reflected in your proficiency rates that you can see. And let me just clarify. So where to go? Proficiency index is on here. So you can see 63%, 56. That is representative of, they're 33% and they were supposed to be at 43% proficient. So we are at 60% of that goal.
So based on that data, you should be able to draw out those that are not meeting and by a bar, which, how close they are to identify low-hanging fruit for
Yes.
corrective action, correct?
Yep, yep. And keep in mind that So what we're looking at here is 24, 25. That is not on this chart because the state has not released it yet and won't until November or December, which annually is always the challenge. It's the challenge for the board of, well, we're looking back 5 months. Well, so are we as educators when this data comes out. We're looking back to, April and May, April primarily. But, so just know that while we're looking at these charts, that information stops in 23, 24.
Pretty flat.
Third grade, yep. Fourth grade. And I'm not breaking it down to the different buildings, so, you would see differences, obviously, in proficiency levels and trends at the individual buildings. But recognizing that you're at the board level, yours is an overall view versus particular buildings. Unless we, take that dashboard view of there's some things to look at here. We don't want to pit building against building at the board level. But we do that work at the building.
And I understand where you're saying that, Dave, but also if there is a data point that's an outlier that the board can recognize as an area for improvement, why wouldn't we address that? If there's one particular school at one particular grade level, and not to isolate a specific teacher, but there may be 2 classes. Well, if that's an area that we can focus resources for improvement in that area, that's low-hanging fruit instead of looking at it from the 30,000-foot view and saying, hey, we're going to improve everybody 5%. Why not focus on the key areas that we can make meaningful difference in a short period of time?
Because that's what the building principals do and the building teams. They're focused on that. Your view isn't necessarily to get down to that classroom
So then
level.
what is the purpose of us?
To set those, you heard it multiple times from Kelly. You're at that 30,000-foot view. You're not making year goals. You're making 3 to 5 year goals and monitoring progress towards those goals. And all of those different pieces, we're fully aware of it and we're working in it. But that wouldn't be, in my opinion, that's where the board wants to go, to identifying a goal in a particular classroom or, a particular building.
Not trying to single out a single class or school at all, but when you look at the scores from the elementary and then to the middle school and then to the high school, you can see an obvious drop. So it's not singling it out, but it's the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. So that's what I think what Eric is trying to say, that we're not trying to single it out, but maybe there's something there that we can focus on, and then maybe our high school scores will even go up beyond.
I don't disagree. How we get that done? What does that look like for the board? And that's the work that needs to be done.
Couldn't you, and this is just, I'm not arguing by any means, this is a, spitballing episode here, but if we, what if you say, hey, we take the 5 lowest data points and we make it an overall goal to bring those up 5% to be on par with the rest of the district? That's not isolating a single individual, but it's set in a maybe a 15,000-foot view where the resources are being focused in the area of most need. Would that not be within our scope?
Yeah, I think it's in how it is done.
Well, we say to you, hey, Dave, these 5 lowest data points, we want them up 5%. Go fix it.
And so what if all 5 are at one particular building?
Well,
then perhaps that's an area that you could focus resources with we're not saying that, at least I'm not saying that we want to go in and put, we're going to do something at this point. But you call a spade a spade. If there's a spot where it's low, that's where you should focus resources to fix it, if that's low-hanging fruit. Am I wrong?
So that's the work of the buildings.
Yeah.
And that's the work that we are and have been doing. And so my concern is if the board says the 5 lowest data points and they happen to be at one building, how do we roll that out?
You want to fix it.
But we already are.
But you're not if the data doesn't reflect it.
That's where I was wondering, that, the massive slide, Dave, of all the schools and the proficiencies. It seems like there's some consistency there with some schools not performing well. Correct? So that.
Yes.
I'm following what Eric's saying is, why are we not putting our efforts there?
We are, and that's,
But I
that's
guess
the balance to be worked out.
But you're not making any historical changes, is what I think we're driving at here, Eric, is that?
So let's use Thunder Bay, for example. Again, what might this look like from the board's perspective?
I was just thinking of, I'm just trying to, listen in, and my mind is percolating. It seems to me that maybe it would be more appropriate if the board went by grade level, and if you're doing it by grade level, well, there are, there's one junior high and one high school. So if you said, we want to see improvement in such and such a grade level, it's just incidental in a sense that it's in one building, but you're focusing on the grade level. And regarding some of these other issues, I don't know, maybe I'll just bounce this off you and see what you think. If you just said that all such and such a grade or all such and such a group of students will reach a certain proficiency. That way, you're not making a goal that's specifically targeted at a building. You're just saying all grades, or I mean all buildings at this grade level are going to see, this particular proficiency. That way, it's in administration's hands, to look at the specific building, if you're concerned about that. Does that make sense?
I think so, and it's a conversation.
Yeah.
To me, I'm not saying, if we're looking at something here and there's a clear spot that we should address, that turn away and don't acknowledge it and that. But I just want to make sure that, and the good news is we don't have to make those decisions tonight. Just want to make sure that, it's at the appropriate level for the board, that it doesn't adversely impact the staff that is responsible for, or the students that are in there. In my mind, you're at a higher level than getting down to a particular building in a particular classroom, grade level, whatever it is. I think the board's goals are more over those overall ratings, and then it is up to us to go in and find those areas that make the most impact and are the low-hanging fruit. I don't know that would necessarily be a board goal. And I know the example was in the book was the economically disadvantaged in reading or something like that. But even that is still kind of a broader goal.
It just doesn't really match the data before, like the elementary. Like it doesn't match the data. Like are there other circumstances that outside of academics? I mean, I don't is it that
Are you talking about
level?
the junior high?
Well, yeah. I mean, if from 30,000 feet, you can obviously tell that some grades aren't performing well. I mean, that's...
Yeah. So let's take a look here. Again, this is 8th grade mathematics. That's a pretty clear trend. But then when we get to 8th grade...
I guess I got to say, where my frustration lies somewhat is that by identifying data trends, which we can see over time, we're being told that we can't address, we as the board can't focus on that because that's not within our scope. However, if we're looking at truly improving student outcomes, I think it's being looked at as though we're like trying to find one area and hit them with a hammer. You're doing this wrong. Exactly the opposite. If there's an area that is not performing or that is falling behind, we want to be able to provide the resources that are necessary in those specific areas, those focused areas, to bring that point up, instead of taking and scattering it across the district where maybe they're doing okay over here, but they need it in one specific area. So I disagree in the fact that that doesn't fall within. We're not telling you how to do it. We're saying from the 30,000 foot, we can see an area over here that's not doing great, and here, and then we're directing you, as we're supposed to. We're not going into the schools telling them how to do it. Dave, here's some areas that aren't performing. What can we do to help them to perform? I mean, if we're talking about improving student outcomes, that's where you got to start. I mean,
Yeah.
I do think too, a good breakdown of it, so we can see what are the highest points. Just like we did our employee surveys and stuff, we were able to break down to see, I think it was Sunset with the highest, and I forget what the lowest.
Transportation.
Yeah, transportation. But that's the thing, you can look at each area and see what they're doing good here, and I think it's gonna be better for our students.
I think what Dave is trying to, us knowing that isn't gonna change necessarily how he handles it.
But he's our employee and he needs to handle it.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So we need to know what's going on.
Yeah, the book, AJ, the book says it's not our job to tell the schools how to do it. I would never presume to do that. I am not an educator by any means. I would never presume to tell a teacher or a principal how to fix an area. But it is our job to say to Dave, hey, this is an area that we see that needs improvement, that we want to see improvement in student goals, and then it's his job to go talk to the administrators. I mean, the book says that's literally our job.
Mm-hmm.
Dave?
So, yeah.
I was gonna ask before we got onto that, is there a sharp difference? You put it out in grade level. Is there a sharp difference in buildings?
Yes. Yeah, and I wouldn't say, there are definitely some very different measures in student growth sticks out in my mind between some of the buildings.
I just meaning even these charts of English or math.
Yeah, proficiency levels is different as well. So I'm willing to, if the board were to pick out on, my question would be, is this the right data? But if you wanted to identify 5 of the lowest data points, we can work our way through that where it makes a goal. Are you heading towards annual goals or 3 to 5 year goals? And maybe that's where the misalignment of thinking is, because I don't think, to say that we want this particular area at, whatever percent by the end of this year. I don't think that's what we're going for. But
I think
showing progress each year to year,
Well, I think you have to
a
look-
goal a couple of years down the road.
Yeah, you have to look at it exactly the data that, we're judging the kids by. We say, hey, in 5 years, we want, a 35% to a 40%, with the expected growth of 1% annual, or something along that lines.
Mm-hmm.
That way we have something to measure it against. And if we don't meet it, again, it's not like disciplinary, it's not being hit on the head with a hammer. It's something that we can judge, hey, is what we're doing working? Or what you're doing, is it working? If not, you adjust and move forward.
Yeah.
This isn't disciplinary, but yeah, I think you set a 5-year goal in 1-year measurements.
Just what I'm hearing, I want to just offer this. It was a very good conversation. I'm very, very happy to hear it all happening. Thinking about, though, just reacting to like those 5 lowest data points, to me that strikes me as, okay, we're going to look at this and we're going to react to this very specific thing. And I think maybe what I hear Dave saying is these 3 to 5 year goals are as much about building and long-term thinking as opposed to reacting to something immediately in front of us. I'm not sure if that's how you would put it, but that's kind of what I'm hearing. And I think I'm seeing Dave's point as far as that goes, in that maybe the board goals are larger and more structural than reacting to something specific if it's not, for example, an entire grade level. Although I don't disagree, if you improved that, let's say that one data point, your data for that whole area would come up. So, it's not wrong to focus on that, but I feel like, I think what I'm hearing is that there's maybe a little bit of a misalignment in terms of what these goals really are, as far as, the focus and the, again, just are they going to be reactions to something, or are they going to be purposefully building? And I think that's a very interesting, longer conversation as we look at this stuff. So I guess, like I said, I love the discussion. I would say maybe just letting this percolate around in our minds a little bit as we look at this. We got lots more data to look at as we get that file, and we can surf around and look a little bit more. So that's just my 2 cents.
Yeah. And so maybe the way to do that is, again, let's pick a model and flesh it out between now and the workshop, and see if it makes sense. And if not, we have between now and October to make those adjustments. I will put this out there one more time, just in light of what you have all said. The community perception is real. And so I will always advocate for, we don't want to put a target on anyone's back. And that really is why I started with, here's the reality. A lot of our trends in our district are tied to the economic status of the students in a particular building or grade level. We don't want people to say, well, don't send your kids here, don't send your kids here. We got good teachers in every building, and there's that risk of, if our goal says this is where we're focusing on, we can't control the narrative once we put that on paper, and that's my concern of getting down as close to it.
But also, it's public information, right? So if they look at the data and they say, why aren't they doing this here? I mean, it's kind of the same kind of thing, right? I mean, if we're not focusing our energy, where are we putting it?
Yeah, and so we are.
If we can show a change, then they'll be thrilled, and then that's how we make them stay and come here.
But I just want to make sure you understand, if you don't make a goal that targets 5th grade in a particular building, doesn't mean we're not working on it, doesn't mean we're not addressing it. And that's just in that narrative that we have out there. It's not, if you don't pick it, we have many goals and many, things that we're working on at each building. The teachers are currently, collecting data for their students in their classroom. They're going to be building action plans in response to that data, all of these points. So, don't feel like if you don't state this is the particular area, grade level building, that there's not work going on. There is. But in light of that, if we were to pick 5 data points and kind of work through what that looks like, developing board goals, I think it's a start to figure it out, but I do think we need to be careful of that narrative.
Well, I certainly wasn't proposing that as a motion or anything. This is just a conversation.
Yeah.
This is the time where we can have those conversations.
Yep.
I'm not saying it has to be 5 data points.
But I think taking that example and kind of working it through to the end of creating a goal would be helpful, rather than just kind of talking about things. And so pick one data point or something, and we can kind of work through what that model looks like.
I was kind of thinking maybe even looking at those 5 data points, if you did see a correlation, or they were all related to something, maybe that becomes one of your goals to work on whatever you think it might improve that very thing. So even if it's, okay, let's say you've got maybe 1 grade in a building that's not doing well, just, say, okay, well, the third grade will experience a growth, of X, percent. And if you bring up that one building, that's going to get you where you want to be. And again, you haven't made a goal that's specific to a building. But I think that's an interesting question, looking at the 5 lowest points, and I think you could get at least a goal out of that. You never know, but since we haven't really looked, we don't know what they are. But
yeah.
I mean, that's, yeah, I agree, that might be a place to start, but without thinking that's going to be the end-all. And because I would like to see, I think it would be very interesting to look at some things, maybe we don't even think are problems yet, but we see a potential, you know, and we say, well, yeah, I mean, this is all okay, but let's see where we could get them, you know, and maybe it'll seem unreasonable, or maybe some of the staff say, you know what, this all looks pretty good on paper, but you know what, we see an opportunity. We're wondering if the board would set this as a goal, you know, because the staff is really driving it. I find sometimes if you have that kind of enthusiasm for setting something, you know, it might not be the worst thing for the board to say, oh yeah, that's a great idea, let's do that. Let's really, you know, but again, creating these from scratch is kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
Kind of a big process, so.
I'm just asking here. Now, I mean, this is an incredible amount of data. And so what do you do with that immense amount of data, and how do you pinpoint what you're going to do out of it? So that's the process that you and the building administrators are working through. Is that this is just for my own information, is this a process that you say, hey, this is what we're seeing, what do you think we should do about this? Or is this like a data analysis driven? For instance, you know, like AI points out, hey, this is a specific area that we need to focus on. Because, I mean, this is a perfect prime example to plug into AI, right? I mean,
Yeah, and we have, actually.
Yeah,
It
so
is
that's what
truly
I'm curious
fascinating.
about, what that kind of points out. I mean, it's
Yeah.
not that we're taking action on that, but it quantifies and puts action points to that.
Yeah. So from these just straight proficiency numbers, you know, it might say, here's a particular, it's going to find those 5 data points of these are your lowest and this is the grade and that sort of thing. But we have more information that we work with, which ties back to the standards that we can pull data from it and show. We've been working with a chart for the last couple of years that shows at each grade level, it breaks down to buildings. In the ELA and math results, which particular standards have been a relative strength for that building, that grade level, and which ones have been a relative weakness. That then gives us direction of saying, okay, for the last 4 years, our students have not tested well on this particular standard. What do we do? Why? We found already one where, I don't remember the example, but we don't teach it until after the test. And so that's a real simple alignment of the curriculum of, we got to get this in before the test takes place. And then it is, you know, pairing it with NWEA and Acadians and our other data as well, that it's happening with the teachers. They're crossing all those data points to, you know, design their instruction in response to that. Kind of lost track where I started with it, but throwing that into AI also like starts to give you examples of, one of the things we're seeing is our students are doing relatively well in understanding the foundations of math and the processes, but they struggle to apply at a higher level of thinking. And so it generates some ideas on how to approach that. I've thrown NWEA data in to ask it the same thing. And it says, you know, I took a chart from one classroom and said, what should we do? I think that was literally my question. And it grouped, you know, students. It said these students need this skill, and you can do it this way by doing these kind of lessons and all of that. Yes, absolutely.
Is that some information then to take that and raise it to the 30,000-foot view so we can look at it as a board and say, this is how we could best help you?
Yes, I think so. You know, the accumulation of our students are struggling to apply mathematical concepts. What that looks like at each grade level, or, you know, I think those are the conversations that we'd be having.
I mean, just looking at the data too, you know, maybe there's something more there that it's not like what they're being taught, like other influences or stuff that's going on. I mean, disciplinary, I mean, maybe they need some more support there. I mean, if you look at, like, you could see where they need the support to make them thrive. I mean, isn't exactly about what they're teaching them. It could be other things.
Yep. So that's a perfect segue into my very last slide. So we're going to do this with, just tying it and we'll come back. whole child development, you know, the board will want to have some sort of goal in whole child, and that is behavior, that is attendance, that is student engagement, and all of those pieces, those other factors that aren't necessarily on the test.
That was my question. So let's take fifth grade math. They all have the same curriculum.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the variations in the buildings from?
Yeah.
And that's what you're pulling out right now amongst your building level.
And we've been doing it, you know, the work isn't starting right now. We've always looked across the district and, you know, wherever possible, we have teachers go to other buildings to observe, or within their classrooms, they go to see what's working and what's not working. There's a lot of that sharing that takes place. But, you know, as far as goal setting, behaviors, attendance, student engagement, and those kind of things too, as we work through the strategic plan, you'll be, you know, identifying 3 to 5 year goals for that as well.
Michelle, was that deliberate?
She thinks we're getting hangry.
No, I think, no. I wonder, here, let's get them all to shut up this way.
So, let me, I don't expect you to, again, you can access all of this and you pull up the data files. I'll put this in my update. But I just want to kind of quickly go through so you can see some of the trends that we're looking at. Third grade math, slight bump, but then down. Fourth grade math from year to year is trending upward. Fifth grade, trending upward. And then sixth grade, up and then headed down. Seventh grade math, it's been, you know, making its way up. And then eighth grade, there's a very clear trend there. This is now, this is SAT. Here's another pretty clear trend. And I hear you, we don't want to ignore this. And we don't want to, it's how we address that as a board, is what I'm looking at. ELA, same views, third grade, overall down since 20. Fourth grade, it's relatively flat, but fifth grade, definitely an upward trend. Sixth grade, definitely an upward trend. Seventh grade, and eighth grade. And I do want to point out, notice the level of proficiency. We're looking at 71%, I think is the actual number, proficient in eighth grade ELA. And the growth data in that area is also very strong.
Is this the new ELA curriculum that was put in, what, 2 years ago, or is that only through fifth?
Yeah, that was through fifth, yep. And then SAT, this is evidence-based writing. It's relatively flat with a slight down. Science, we always seem to forget about science and social studies. Part of that is there's not a lot of data available, but breaking it down into, this is the eighth grade test, and this is the fifth grade test, M-STEP science. And so a good upward in the eighth grade scores, and you know, up from fifth grade, but down from the previous year. And then science, this is because they redid science standards, redid the test and all of that, but you can see that this is on 11th grade. Social studies. This chart comes directly from my school data. I don't know why they didn't have these attached, but please forgive me the artistic license to connect that. That, I don't know what that is. That is a dramatic increase. Just got to call into question that large of a leap in 1 year. So we'd have to look into that a little bit more. social studies. Again, I don't know why they don't connect those. And then this is looking at college readiness, so 11th grade. You have your mathematics in blue, your reading and writing in red, and then total combined between all of it. And this is just breaking that out. Sorry, put one there. So the growth, here are our targets, and just more explanation of where we've been over the years. No state testing in 1920, low participation in 2021, and so growth data is limited to 21, 22, 23, 24. And growth data is expected to be fully restored to pre-pandemic grade levels starting in 24, 25. This information has not been released yet. And so it just gives you a breakdown because you'll see some NAs on these charts here. What I've done here too is I have broken it down. So ELA, 23, 24, going backwards to 21, 22. This is our grade level SGP, student growth percentile. This is the state average for that year. So 51 is 1.1 above the state average. And then what I did is I just averaged that out. I did that to show you that 21, 22, overall we were slightly below the state student growth percentile. Took a big jump backwards, but then in 23, 24, we're back to pretty much on par with the state growth. And yes, if we were to break this down to the buildings, you're gonna see some 65s in there, and then some, I think 30 was the lowest. But overall views of this, and then math as well. Pretty large gap. It got smaller, and then a very impressive jump there. And then we've sort of got the 25 data. We can't talk about it because it's embargoed. I'm guessing we'll get the 24, 25 in November or December.
See if we have a trend going.
Yes, yeah. All right, so next steps. Right now, we are administering NWEA and we're doing all our fall screening, NWEA, Cadence, Renaissance, and so that window closes this Friday. Part of the strategic plan is this cyclical analysis process. So next week, the MyKIP teams at each building will be analyzing the data. They will then present that to their staff at their staff meetings in week 2, and then the data is presented to ad staff in week 3, and I'm going to call an audible because our strategic plan timeline says that we won't present this to the board until November, but with the lining up of everything, it worked out well that we will present that local data to you, just so you have that awareness. And then I would suggest that you, before September 30th, give me any requests for follow-up data. And that way we can have that, like maybe looking at the differences in those percentages you were pointing out, what caused it. We can have that for October 20th or even October 13th. We have our retreat. We could set those up. But October 20th gives us time to get ad staff and then to the board. And then we do further review, and then by October 27th, you've got your board-defined academics and programs goal. Next step would be whole child development and on and on. And well, I guess I put it on my first slide, you know, that defining. This is, again, just one point of data. The whole child, we've got points of data. Graduate profile is something that we need to be thinking of. You know, how do we define, how does the board define what student achievement is beyond just MSTEP, PSAT, SAT data?
What's on the agenda for the 13th, other than book study?
That's it right now. Well, there's probably some other items, but
But more of this, even though it's not
No,
listed here,
she's talking retreat.
on the 13th.
yeah, the retreat's on the 13th, the workshop is the 20th.
Yep.
So if we came back to the data, we could do a light check-in on the 13th, but really, I want to have ad staff meet on it'd be the 15th, and then we could present the NWEA data, the Renaissance data, and all of that as well on the 20th. Yeah, and I think, your goals would be more aligned with the M-STEP, the PSAT, those annual assessments. We're using NWEA and everything else for that, in the classroom, day-to-day direction and data analysis. But it'll help fill in some of those pictures of where our strengths and growth and progress are and are not. And so what I would do is I would pick a data point, or I don't know if you and I want to kind of talk that through, or how you want, and just what a board goal might look like.
Yeah, I would think, maybe too, as things occur to you as you look at this, make some notes, so that you can either, think about that in a meeting, or, you could, if you want to, have Dave, dig into it a little bit and look at it, you could send it his way. We can collect all of those to present when we, start hashing it out. I guess, I think with that sort of stuff, and any and all approach might be good, because we could have goals that are, centered around elementary building, elementary grades, or junior high, high school. I mean, their goals can be all over the place, really, depending on where we see a need and whatnot. So I would say think creatively, about it. All kinds of fun to be had doing our homework here, so.
All right. Anything else on?
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Certainly.
All right.
Did you meet your time?
I didn't really set a time, but I think that was an hour and 10 minutes.
Oh, you just said, let me set my timer when you started.
Just wanted to know when I started.
Okay.
All right, the next thing I have on the agenda is the finance and operations related items, which, where did that go?
Simon left.
Oops.
Do we need to approve? Do we need to approve them tonight, Dave?
No.
No.
Oh, okay.
And you have the links to them. Same with the filter first. Yeah.
Yeah, I have.
Eric, I would make
Sorry.
a motion to, boy, it is getting late because I just butchered that one. I would move that we conclude the agenda at this point for the evening, unless anything needs immediate attention.
Well, there is, I would say, we do need to talk about some of our policy-related items, even if briefly. So that wouldn't be, I mean.
I just threw it out there. No second, no support. Let's try.
Can we table the snow plowing and the APS filter issues since we don't have anyone to tell us about it?
You'd have to make that.
I would move to table the discussion on snow plowing and APS filter until next month.
I'd second that.
Hey, can Mary talk about these? I mean, Mary's still here.
Yeah, we do
Her
need to
name
get
is
them
on.
Mary, you want to tell us about it?
Yeah.
Sure, next week.
So you have the bids attached. So just take a look at them, and then we would want to approve them at the regular meeting. you know, if you have any questions, submit them to me. Yep.
All right, I will amend my motion until next week.
Well, yeah, when we get into that, Robert's Rules says that we have a motion and a second on the floor right now. So we would need a motion to amend, because once the motion's seconded, it doesn't belong.
He did, no, nobody seconded.
Oh, nobody did? I thought I heard a second.
No, definitely no one did.
No? Nobody, we didn't, nobody heard a second?
AJ's?
Yeah.
Mine
No one,
died.
AJ's definitely did not, because he said mine died, because no one said.
Right, but Eric, didn't Eric make a motion? And wasn't? Okay, so, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So your motion was to table it until next month, but you'd like to amend that to table it until next week.
That is correct.
Okay.
I am seconding
Right.
the amendment.
Well, actually, though, once it's been moved and seconded, it no longer belongs to the person who made it. It belongs to the board, and so now we would have to have a motion to.
I would like to make a motion.
We would have to have a motion to amend the original motion and a second for that. We vote on that, then we go back and we vote on the amended motion. Does that make sense?
It does, but
That.
it's way too confusing for everybody at this time of night.
Okay, so
I amend the motion.
your motion is to amend Eric's motion
To move it till next week, not next month.
next week, not next month. Do we have a second for that?
Second.
All right. So further discussion on that motion. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend?
Besides the fact that it was poorly said, no more.
All right. So it's late. Everybody's tired. All right. All in favor of the motion to amend, raise your hand. All right. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. All right. Now, Eric's original motion has been amended to be next week. So now, is there discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor of that motion now, raise your hand. All right, motion carried. We will move this to next week. But yes, you're more than welcome to peruse the data, become familiar with it, and we'll talk about it next time. And with that, that would bring it, now that was for item 4, so that brings us to item 5. The social media, I think that was sort of a placeholder on the agenda.
This should have been the second reading for this one, I thought. Last. Boy, I'd have to read.
Yeah, I think it
Yes.
is a second, we just
second
wouldn't be
reading.
taking action on
Exactly,
it.
exactly. When we looked at the bylaws, there wasn't actually a lot about specifically, or I'm sorry, we look at the policy, there wasn't a lot specifically related to second reading per se, but it's better to keep it on the agenda, so that's why it's here. And I would invite comments on 5A at this point.
And just that's Phil's.
Oh. All right. So here we have our communication from Phil Mikulski, from Neola.
Yep. Yeah. I was asked to reach out to him to have him review it and provide his feedback. So that's what that is.
Mm-hmm. Is there any discussion?
Thank you.
Don't want to skip over anything if anybody has discussion, questions.
Can you just clarify what it means to lose warranty provided? Like, what does that mean?
Oh, yes.
So essentially, they, wouldn't provide any, I don't know what the right term was, but they would not take up our cause if they were called to testify in court or in some sort of complaint. They would they would say, this is not our policy, so they wouldn't be able to provide any of their support, background, and reasoning.
Good question, thank you.
How many of our policies do we have that Neola is not responsible for, I guess, could you say?
In my time, this would be the first one.
Because I know a lot of schools do district-specific, which Neola would not cover then.
Yeah, I don't know what their parameters are. You know, if it's semantic change or something like that. We've done things, I think, like that, where it's not exactly their policy, but it didn't cross whatever threshold exists. So maybe we pose that question to them and see. But to my knowledge, I don't think we have any, in at least since I got here, that they've said, no, they wouldn't warrant. Because essentially, and it's different, but when they present policy changes to us, you've got their recommendation, all the possible language that they put in front, and then you select from that language. This is different.
So if we answer their question in the second paragraph there, that might appease. Is that what I'm understanding?
Well, they might, but this might be, I'm just going to throw this suggestion out there, if anybody on the board is interested. We have another source for legal information now. This could be run by Coleman Group as well.
Well, I mean, this isn't a legal opinion. Phil's not a lawyer. All they're saying basically is, this isn't a Neola policy, so we're not responsible for it. But I would assume if anything did happen with any policy, not just this policy, I would assume that our law firm would be covering it anyways. Is that not correct? I mean, we got coverage. It's not like we don't have, it's just we're not going completely with Neola's policy.
Yeah, I think I can agree. So in employee issues, you know, Troon
Yeah.
represents us, and then they pull our policies as part of the evidence of that process.
So if legally this is nothing wrong with it, then it shouldn't be a problem, I would assume, right?
Yeah, other than from our perspective, you know, determining what is politically charged or controversial.
Again, that's a little bit of a slippery slope, because who's to describe what's obscene, vulgar, or lewd? That's also a matter of perspective.
But we do have standards on dress already. So somehow that gets made, that determining gets made at some level.
So are you saying we need to make a further inquiry? Is that what you're
I'm just suggesting it as a possibility.
I don't see a problem with doing that, Eric, but.
I mean, if the board feels it's necessary, I mean, again, like I said, it's just saying Neola's not gonna cover anything, so I don't, you know, I don't know why we would need to, but if you guys feel that we should, then I'm fine with it.
It might be, you know, because I believe administration does have this question about making that determination. Perhaps council could give us some guidance in how that's to be done.
How do we go about that then?
Well, I think that's,
Call them.
yeah. Dave and I can call and present that question and report back to you.
Roll it around.
Might be that'll be a little tricky this week. Potentially.
Yeah, I mean, if we can schedule something, I can call in from.
Okay,
a conference call for sure.
Yeah, and schedule it with him.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right, very
How
good.
much will that cost?
Well, his hourly rate, I believe.
His hourly rate? To change a policy that's perfectly fine right now.
We could even do just, I mean, there shouldn't be, I mean, what, MASB will do quick phone calls too? Just run it by somebody.
Yes, they
could
have said
for
they will,
free.
but I don't think they're, I don't know if this would be
Would they
necessarily
not,
their,
Maybe?
I mean, yeah, we can call Brad and see what he has to say, but it's kind of out of his.
Yeah.
Out of
you know,
his, okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll look into it.
Okay.
Any further discussion of the social media policy 5A?
I'm just saying that I think the social media policy is good as it is. I don't think we need to consult anybody on it or change it.
Okay. All right, if there is no further discussion, we'll move along to policy 6320, the purchasing policy.
And thanks to Mary for finding this document that should have been in with your document. So thank you.
You're welcome.
That way. This one goes that way. So you do have the policy in there, but you can also reference this as she goes, this additional handout.
Just one page?
So this is in addition to the policy, and so Mary will walk you through it, but you have the whole policy in your packet at the back, and then this would be the proposed clarification.
Okay. Everybody have it? Okay, so under competitive bids, you'll see A, B, C, D, E. So we are adding F, which reads exceeds proposed budget allocation. So that would be one of the considerations for turning down a bid. Okay, and then on the next page, the sentence that reads, "This preference shall not apply," just below where it says ABC. This will change the paragraph to, "This preference shall not apply to any procurement or project using federal funds, nor shall it be used if it would violate any federal law or requirement, or to favor one Michigan-based business over another Michigan-based business, regardless of whether that business is local or geographically closer to the district than another." And then changing the paragraph just below that where it says, "The board reserves the right to reject any and all bids," to, "The board reserves the right to reject any and all bids based on the aforementioned considerations and preference."
Where did this come from, Mary?
This is from, Kirk Harold came in this, after the one bid where we did not go with the lowest responsible bidder. So the bid was awarded to a local, which decreases your chances of getting bids from outside the area, because everybody's going to look at your next bid and go, nah, they're just going to award it to the local, so we're not going to bother bidding on it. Because it takes a lot of work to put the bids together. So, you know, they're not going to put their time and effort into it if we award bids based only on locals. So we had Kirk Carroll come in and talk to the board, or he was
Zoom.
Yeah, he was on Zoom. So this language comes from Troon.
I think, as I recall, whether you were for or against that particular move, it seemed that maybe the idea of clarifying the policy
Yes.
Was more universally acknowledged. Maybe that wouldn't be a bad idea.
Did Neola look at this one too then?
No, they didn't. So similar. It'd be interesting to see what
Yeah,
they
just
have to
to
say
see what-
as well.
Would there be time to do that? You think?
Yeah, so we don't have to have this passed, at the next meeting. We could send it off to them and get their feedback. And then we can look at it. Workshop would probably be the best environment to do that, so.
I will double check, but we may, I'm going to look at that policy again, but I think we may just keep a placeholder on the agenda for this. But we can look into that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting. Any questions for Mary on the edit? Any further discussion on this policy? Okay.
Let's wait
Yep,
and see
yes.
what comes back.
Okay, yeah, we can certainly do that. Then looking at the next item, agenda. So this is something that Anna and Dave had been talking about, and we decided to bring this to the board. I think the gist of it was the end of the first paragraph. Individual board members may submit items for the agenda no later than 7 calendar days prior to the monthly workshop meeting to be included upon the concurrence of the board president. So, do we feel that that concurrence of the board president is sufficient to, I guess, for lack of a better word, in a sense, as a filter for items that maybe are not appropriate for the board, or for whatever reason, or would we like to tweak this? Do you want to make some remarks about that,
Yeah,
Dave or Anna, since you both worked on this?
Yeah, and I think just, if something is requested by a board member to put on that's not necessarily board business, does that mean it has to come to the board as a whole? And filter, I think, is the right word, because I think it could be tightened up a little bit, the language clarified or something.
Any remarks, Anna?
I don't remember too much. I know Eric and I had
Yeah,
a
Eric,
conversation
you had,
about it at one point. I think we had some sort of Zoom call, the three of us, and I don't really remember other than just, people can submit, but does that mean if anyone says anything, everything automatically gets added, or is there, a process that can be followed more closely, or?
Would it be appropriate to put yet a further check as an additional sentence to leave it as such? However, for instance, at the next meeting, if it was brought up and voted on by the board at large, it could be added to. So say the board president says, hey, I don't think this should be on there. However, could that come up at the next meeting? Hey, I would like this added onto the agenda. Let the board vote on whether they want that to progress. And then that way it's not one individual as a check. Would that be appropriate? Food for thought.
That doesn't sound crazy to me. Maybe we could look at, yeah.
And maybe it's board operating procedure. I
Yeah.
don't know, versus changing it.
We can also dig around Robert's rules and see if we can find something, because that may be covered in the, what is it, the new Ronner is like 1,000 pages or something.
Yeah, because, I'm sorry, I didn't.
No, go ahead.
I certainly understand the intent of this, because we could really muddy up the agenda by throwing stuff on a constant basis and not being able to focus on the issues at hand. However, we also don't want to ensure moving forward throughout time that, one person is maybe the blockade to allow anything into going into the agenda. I think if we add an additional sentence, similar to what I said, it would allow both of those to take place.
Yeah. I'm making some notes. I'm going to put that here. Yeah, so we can,
Would you bring that back, or?
Yes.
Give us some thoughts and bring that back here, please.
Yeah, yes, I will. We'll do some digging around and looking at those possibilities, and we'll either bring you some proposed language or some more questions, and we'll just keep this on the agenda. Ha-ha. The agenda, oh, it's late. And we'll bring it back to you. But thank you for the suggestion, and any further discussion on the agenda policy item? Hearing none, then that would bring us to our charitable gifts, which we can certainly go through. It's a wonderful list. We can go through that in the full regular board meeting next week. The next item after that is board discussion items. Does anyone have any questions, comments, issues?
I wrote down, Kelly brought up the fact to spend.
Can you get your
Kelly brought up the fact about the gathering. Is that something the board would be interested in doing? Because that was a repetitive from July. And
What do you think?
it's 10:30.
What
Think
do we
about
want to do? Does anybody want to suggest what form that might take? Any thoughts on that?
I think it's a great idea.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I was just going to say, perhaps that's something we can ponder over the next month and discuss it next month's meeting.
At our retreat.
At our retreat.
Well, one of
You
the,
know,
yeah,
three times
and,
we meet next month.
one of the thoughts, of course, was, perhaps sharing a meal before a meeting, things like that, maybe make the retreat, build some time into it for that sort of thing. I don't know, just, ponder it, think about what you might like to see, and we'll talk about it again. Help me remember, we'll make sure that's on the agenda also next time.
And the only other thing I would like to see on the agenda at some point in the near future, does not have to be next month, is implementing a process to develop a formal board orientation process.
That's in my notes
Very
to
good.
develop, yeah, absolutely, yeah, and keep reminding me, and we'll move on that.
I moved to adjourn.
Oh, wait, I didn't get to
Second.
talk. Okay, I will, we have a motion to adjourn and a second. I'll leave you to look at your advanced planning on your own. We usually don't discuss adjournment, but anybody, if you want to, you can. Otherwise, all in favor, say yes, or raise your hand. Any opposed to adjournment? Thank you all very much. We stand adjourned. Thank you very much for your time, everyone.